Good morning, all. I'd like to welcome you all this morning. It's an absolute pleasure to open today's session. Both the Energy Institute and myself are delighted to see such a fantastic mix of guest speakers and delegates supporting this conference. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the Energy Institute Knowledge Partner, IBM, and also our sponsors, Equinor, ERM, Impact, Ørsted, RWE Renewables, and ourselves, SSE Renewables. For those of you who might not know, the Energy Institute is an independent network of professionals spanning the whole energy system, convening and facilitating debate. They bring together expertise so that energy can be better understood, managed and valued. I'd really like to encourage you all to ask questions throughout the conference. To do that, for the Q&A session, please direct any questions into the Q&A section at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will monitor the questions and pose them to the relevant speaker, who will answer them verbally during the Q&A session. If you see a question you think is particularly relevant, you can like it to prioritise it. We will endeavour to answer as many questions as possible. Please state which session or speaker your question is aimed at. At the end of the webinar, we'd appreciate your feedback about the conference. You'll see a short questionnaire in your browser after you leave the conference. Please take a moment to fill it in. I really hope that you enjoy the conference, and I'll now welcome Stuart King, Good Practice Manager, Human Performance and Power Systems from the Energy Institute. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Stuart King. I'm technical manager or good practice manager now for human factors and power systems at the Energy Institute. I've worked at the EI for about 12 years now, I think, 11, 12 years. And I'm delighted to chair this morning's session. Our session this morning is called Adapting. So adapting to what? So really adapting to the hazards faced by our people, our plant and our processes. You can't adapt without learning, and learning, I think you'll find, is a common theme across the four presentations we have for you this morning. This morning we'll be hearing about, we'll be learning about the hazards of floating wind farms. We'll be talking about what prevents organisations from learning from each other, including from other industries. We'll be talking about how to improve learning through better toolbox talks, better investigations, better leadership during investigations. And of course, we'll be talking about what the role of leadership is in managing safety and health. I'm certainly looking forward to learning much from our speakers this morning, and I hope you are as well. As David mentioned, we do have a Q&A session following the four presentations. So please do write your questions into the Q&A function when you think of them during the presentations themselves. And then we will select the relevant questions or prioritized questions to ask to each of the speakers. And that's just after 10 o'clock this morning. For the speakers, you will have 15 minutes each. I will be quite strict on the time, and I will try to let you know when your time is coming to end and when you should wrap up. I realise we're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so perhaps that just gives us a little bit of a leeway for each of our speakers. And I'm hoping hopefully our speakers are on the line ready to go now. So without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker. So our first speaker is Olaf Bernd Hager. Now, Olaf is the project director for High Wind Tampen at Equinor. And Olaf has a long and illustrious career. I'm delighted to welcome him as our first speaker. Olaf has an MSc in Marine Technology and began his career in the early 80s at Esso Exploration and Production, before eventually moving to Saga Petroleum, which is Statoil, now known as Equinor, in the early 90s. Olav's had lots of different roles within project development and execution on the Norwegian continental shelf, as well as internationally. And 20 plus years as project and project portfolio manager. Olav has been engaged in the offshore wind sector since 2011, first as project director for Dudgeon Offshore Wind outside Norfolk, and now as project director for Hywind Tampen. And Olav will be presenting a presentation called Offshore Floating Wind, Why and What? HSC Challenges. So Olav, hopefully you're there, and I will hand over to you.
Thank you, and I'll try to share my presentation here. So here we go. You see my presentation. So we just jump into it. Offshore wind projects have many similarities to complex offshore oil and gas projects, but we are experiencing some particular HSE challenges in this booming industry, with an historically weaker safety culture than what we expect in oil and gas projects. So what are these challenges, and what can we do to improve the standards? But first, a short introduction to Equinox Strategy for the energy transition and the Hywind Tampen project, why we're doing it, what we're doing, and where we are right now. Yeah, that is. There we go. The world is changing, and so is the future of energy. We know that we need to reach zero emissions, and that in a world with a higher energy demand and the population growth. Our response, Equinox response to this, is an increased renewable and climate ambitions. We're going for 12 to 16 gigawatt of renewables by 2030, and we have an ambition for net zero emissions by 2050. We want to do that through the optimization of oil and gas assets, accelerate profitable renewables, and develop low carbon solutions. And in that context, Hywind Tampen is a perfect fit, where we are reducing the CO2 emissions from 2 of our mature fields that have a considerable power demand and a rest life, and at the same time further developing floating offshore wind, and both with respect to technology and execution methods. And for the last part, we are aiming to reduce the cost per megawatt in this project by 40 to 50% compared to Hywind Scotland. So what are we doing on Hywind Tampen? Power demand on the platforms are close to constant, while wind speed and wind farm production is highly variable and rapid changes occur. So we keep the gas turbines on the platforms, and they will be used as swing machines. And the success of the project is really how low can we run the spinning reserve, how fast can we turn it off, and how late can you turn it on again. We have estimated that this wind farm will provide approximately 35% of the electrical power demand, and by that reduce the CO2 emissions from the 2 fields by 200,000 tons per year. So what are we doing? We're installing a floating wind farm midway between the 2 fields, Gullfaks and Snorre, approximately 140 kilometers from shore in 300 meters water depth. And the total capacity will be more than 90 megawatts. They're floating substructures, and they are spar type, and they are being constructed in concrete, which is a first for this. We will connect them to the existing electrical systems on the platforms with very small modifications. In this project, we have a set of contractors that I would say is world class, and we're very happy to work together with them. As you see, some of them are known from the oil and gas, but are new to offshore wind, while others are coming from the offshore wind and are new to oil and gas. And I think this sort of reflects the transition that the industry is living through right now. Today, we are in the construction phase. We are grouting or casting the structures. The nacelles are complete and the blades are just to be complete. We're going to assembly the turbines next spring and install them and putting them into operations during the summer and the third quarter of next year. So it's ongoing. When we then speak about offshore wind and the risk picture and the HSE challenges, we as a company have most of our experiences from the oil and gas industry, but we also have now considerable experience in developing and operating offshore wind farms, both bottom fixed and floating. And we see there's very much that can be transferred to offshore wind when it comes to learning, planning, and executing safe projects and operations. So what is common between an offshore project and an offshore oil and gas project and offshore wind project? Well, both are complex offshore construction projects. And our requirements are and ambitions with respect to safe work are the same, even if the risk pictures are different. It should be at least as safe to work on an offshore wind project as it is on an oil and gas project, which historically has not been the case. So this is something we need to focus on. Both types of projects have major accident potential. We have a lot of marine operations, heavy lifting, cable laying, tens, ship collisions, offshore hookup and commissioning, working at heights, and helicopter transfers. What are the differences? Well, we don't have any hydrocarbons, but still there are risk of fires in offshore wind. Offshore wind is normally unmanned or not normally manned installations, and you have no production. The turbines are stopped when you are entering them. So the hot work issue is somewhat different. It's much longer campaigns on an offshore wind project. It could go on for years. And now in Dudgeon, we had 2 years of marine operations. And there's a lot of repetitive work with the risk of complacency. In the offshore oil and gas, you might have 1 to 5 installations in the field development, whereas in offshore wind, it's 100 plus locations we're installing. Significantly higher number of operations, lifts, personal transfers, work at heights. The maturity of the regulatory framework is another aspect. And there's a large difference between the different regions and different countries, even within Europe. UK has got a well-developed system, whereas Norway and Hywind Tampen were one of the first project, offshore wind project of any size as such. We have in offshore wind a booming industry with a lot of new participants, and that's versus a well-established set of contractors who have developed a strong safety culture over time. However, that said, we are experiencing a very positive trend with respect to incidents since 2014, so this is good. When we want to talk about the HSE challenges, I want to group them into 3 categories. It's culture, it's technical aspects, and it's operational aspects. And then I'll also talk about some of the main issue, maybe the floating wind. For culture, again, the booming industry. The contractors and personnel have with different backgrounds and cultures. They will come from civil construction, onshore construction. They will come from oil and gas, maritime, onshore renewables. Contractor maturity is very variable. Many are new to the industry, and many are expanding within new surroundings and regions. We have the aspect of recruiting and training. There's a lot of limited experience within the industry, and we experience also low-skilled and unskilled personnel in our projects. There's also, what we've seen in some projects, a high turnover within different some categories, and what the lack of continuity in the workforce makes it difficult to create a good culture. Then on the technical aspects is dropped objects through high number of lifts, loose items, housekeeping. High voltage is another issue, working at heights, personal transfers, and material handling. Within the operational category, it's the long campaigns, durations of the operations, the high number of exposed loads, the repetitions, and the risk for complacency. It's the quality in the risk assessments and the toolbox talks and the like. You have the aspects of new construction sites and cold construction sites being brought to life again, with all what that impacts or implies of safe work and establishing good routines. And then contractors new to each other, and that needs to cooperate. So what about floating? We have a lot of experience with floaters, and actually the two platforms on the Snorre fields which we are connecting to are floaters. It adds floating structures adds to the complexity of the installation work with the mating of floating bodies. It also affects the access to floating structure, which also adds a bit to the complexity. That said, we don't have any sort of feedback from our operations outside Scotland for seasickness and the like. And we've done an initial assessment on Haven Tampen for using helicopter for accessing the turbines, and that looks promising. Material handling needs to take motions into account. And then you have the aspects of mooring line failures, the drifting turbines, the aspect of ship collisions, where you, in the worst case, could have the loss of integrity of the turbine. And also the case of moving further from shore, you're moving into harsher environments, you're moving into region where the emergency response is also more complicated. But there's also a positive side with floating. You can reduce the risk by doing more inshore work, more hookup, more completion and more commissioning work inshore. I've asked for a plug and play solution in Haven Tampen. I'm not actually getting it, but we need to work that even further in the further projects. So finally, what are we doing to improve the safety standards? And I want to share some experience from our own wind farms, both in execution and operation. For Dudgeon and Haven Tampen in execution, we had sort of mixed experiences. And Dudgeon, we had very good performance from the start up until the end of 2016, where we had installed all the infrastructure, substations, cables, monopiles, transition pieces, and then for 3 months we had 5 very serious incidents. We didn't hurt anyone, thank God, but we were very close. On the Haven Tampen, we are also experiencing a standard that we need to improve. It's good for periods, and then we are experiencing incidents again. There we don't have had any so very serious incidents, but the number of incidents it's too high, and it comes down to training of personnel. It comes down to culture. It comes down to cold sites, and this is something we need to pay extra attention to. For operations, Haven Scotland have had an excellent performance since the startup. Whereas Sheringham Shoal and Dudgeon are somewhat more mixed, but they have also have very long periods with no incidents, clearly showing that good safety work pays off and incidents can be avoided, but also pinpointing that we need continuity in the work with safety to keep the safety awareness high. How do we improve and how do we create a good safety culture? Building a culture takes time, and ensure that safety is priority number one, making sure that everyone understands that this is not something we're only saying, we mean it. that needs to be addressed every day. Contractors and company commitment is vital to ensure a strong HSE performance. We need to have a one team approach. We need to work this together. There's no room for any blame game. We need to have the common same high ambitions for safety and clear expectations, and we express those clear expectations. Company commitment is important, but personal commitment is vital. We have good results from our I'm Safety campaign, focusing on the individual and the personal responsibility. But that individual responsibility does not reduce or take away any responsibility from the company or the management. Continuity in workforce is important to improve a safety culture, involve and listen to the workforce. But how can you build a good safety culture when there's a high turnover, which we are experiencing? And I don't like to say it, but more inspectors might be required to set the standards if you see that this is not acceptable. And training of personnel, clear expectations and focused follow-up, and making the people in the shop end comfortable with using their stop work mandate and reporting unsafe conditions and routines. Incentives might work, but it could have some unexpected side effects. Safety and design. It all starts with having high ambitions for safety and design. And you need to understand the legislative framework, and then industrial cooperation, experience transfer within the industry, close the quality and safe operations loop, share the learnings across the industry, for instance, through G+ and conferences like this. Standardized designs is something we need to have to keep the cost down, as we would like to see. But we also have to make sure that those standardized designs also are able to adopt to the quality and safety upgrades. You need to consider all phases of the project in design, also the temporary phases, with respect to access, with respect to working at different levels and so on. You need to conduct constructability assessment, for instance. Then a lot can be done by reducing the number of offshore lifts and the number of lifts. You can maximize onshore completion, minimize offshore installation, hookup, and commissioning, and go, as I say, for more the plug-and-play solutions. And for material handling, I think there's a lot to learn from the oil and gas. How do we ensure safe operations? Training of personnel is vital. Set clear expectations to qualifications and follow-up. Good procedures and routines for safe job analysis and focused follow-ups. Ensure attention, quality, and commitment in the shop end. Perform readiness reviews to make sure that you actually are ready. Oil and gas routines for simultaneous work permit systems, readiness reviews is something that they are very good, and I think they should be also brought forward in the wind industry. So I want to conclude by sharing the main actions from our operation assets to mitigate personal injuries and serious incidents. They stress that the importance is the daily focus, sharing of learnings, have weekly SSU meetings, have regular meetings with the contractors to focus on the identified risks, and ensure quality in risk assessment and compliance to operation and maintenance and HSE procedures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Olav. Very interesting presentation. Just a reminder to the audience, please do post your questions into the chat. We will have an opportunity to talk to Olav again in about 45 minutes time. So thank you, Olav. So next on our program, I'm pleased to introduce our second speaker for the morning. Speaking on learning from other industries, what gets in the way? I think quite a apt presentation to follow Olav's, considering what Olav said at the last slide. So our speaker is Lorraine Braben. So Lorraine is a human factors consultant and has a very, I'd say, some rare qualities in a human factors consultant, in that you're not only a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Economics and Human Factors, but you're also a chartered chemical engineer as well. So both the light side and the dark side represented in you, I should say. You're also a qualified HR practitioner as well. You've had a number of, Lorraine's had a number of different roles in upper tier coma sites, lots of experience, or has experienced the results of engineering design and business practices that unwittingly influence behaviour and impact on safe operation of plants and equipment. So Lorraine's consultancy business supports clients in the assessment, project delivery and training of human factors in high hazard environments. So Lorraine, I will hand over to you.
Okay, thanks Stuart. I'll just share my screen. Okay, can you just confirm that you can see that okay, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so this presentation was put together by myself and Matthew, who's Matthew Laurie's a chartered psychologist. So we worked together on this topic, and we were interested in learning about why people tend to look for examples within their own industry, particularly on their own site normally. One of the things that I see is people tend to say, well, we've not had that issue here. And so, you know, what gets in the way of that learning? So when we start to think about how we learn from incidents, this is the learning from incidents model that's part of the Hearts and Minds program that the Energy Institute runs. And you can read the sort of typical steps that research shows that sites tend to use in order to take that learning. But one of the key things that we see is that the incidents that come in from other areas often get missed. You know, we tend to look to our own sites, or at most we tend to look to sites or facilities that we're associated with, and often we don't look further afield. So what that means is that this learning input into our systems often gets missed. And similarly, the learnings that we can share with others tend not to leave our organisation. So we were interested in why that happens and wanted to use a couple of examples that we felt that learning would be useful from. So you'll be familiar with both of these, I'm sure, because they were both very high profile incidents at the time. So the first one is the Smiler accident at Alton Towers. So if you remember, back in June 2015, a roller coaster train carrying passengers crashed into an empty train that was left on the track. And, you know, the consequences were awful. You know, we had a number of people with life-changing injuries. And I'm sure that you remember the two young women who, you know, have been seen on the TV, on the news and so on, who had to have their leg amputated. We also had people who suffered from significant psychological trauma. Imagine what it would have been like to be sat on that ride for 4 to 5 hours before you could be released, knowing that people were seriously injured. Alton Towers and Merlin Entertainments, who runs that theme park, had, you know, one of the biggest fines for that type of incident. So they were fined £5 million, and also a significant loss of their reputation as well. The other incident that, again, everybody I'm sure is aware of is the fire at Grenfell Tower. So this happened a couple of years later in June 2017. And I'm sure many of you can remember waking up on the morning after the fire had started to the news that this tower block was on fire and continued to burn for over 60 hours. And again, consequences were horrendous. You know, there were 72 fatalities, 74 people put into hospital as a result of that. Again, significant psychological trauma for those people involved in the event, and continues to suffer from. 151 homes were destroyed as a result of that, and the cost is running into the millions and continues to grow. And also, interestingly, one of the other consequences that's come out of that incident is there's a proposal for new regulations, new regulatory structure as a result of that. So I would like to ask you a question. So I'm just going to stop sharing and ask Vicky to put up the poll. And I'm going to ask you all, if any of you already used either of these incidents as learning opportunities within your business at the moment. So either yes, for you've used Alton Towers, yes, you've used Grenfell Tower, yes, you've used both, or no, you've not used either of those. And we'll just see what the results come in as. Okay, can we see the results? So that's interesting to see that, you know, we do have a couple of people who are, you know, we've got what's that, 7 people who have used one or other or both of those out of 32 responses, but overwhelmingly the response is that people haven't used those as a learning opportunity. Okay, thank you for that, Vicky. I'll go back to sharing. And so why is that? Well, let's look at some of the cognitive processes that are going on. Now, this image, I don't expect you to read the detail on that, but it's just to give you an indication of how fallible the human brain actually is and all of the biases that we possess. So we're not going to go through all of those. We're just going to have a look at 3 of those: fundamental attribution error, false uniqueness bias, and confirmation bias, and have a look at how each of those affect how we might learn from other industries. So fundamental attribution error. So we can define this as the tendency for people to underemphasize situational and environmental explanations for an individual's observed behavior while overemphasizing personality-based explanation. What that means is that we see other people as bad actors, but we can explain and justify our own poor performance. So if you look at the image, when somebody's late, we think, well, you know, they didn't put the effort in to be here on time. But when we're late, we can, you know, justify the situation to explain it. So, you know, the traffic was poor. So when we start to think about that, does that mean that we don't see that there is a potential learning opportunity from other incidents, that they don't relate to ourselves? We might see that we haven't got anything to learn from them because, you know, they don't have, they're poor performers, you know, they don't have people who are trained. So therefore, you know, they're bad actors and we haven't got anything to learn from them. The second bias I'd like to bring to your attention is the idea of the false uniqueness bias. So this is the tendency to underestimate the extent to which others possess the same attributes or abilities as yourself. So we think that the attributes that we need are far less widespread than they actually are, and therefore unique. We think we're special. So I imagine that most people on the call can drive. And if I were to ask you about your driving ability, would you rate yourself as being above average, average, or below average? And many people, a significant number of people, research shows that we tend to think of ourselves as being above average. But actually, if the bulk of people feel that that's the standard that's above average, it's actually average. We're not as special as we like to think that we are. And so what does that mean for our learning opportunities? Does it mean that we don't even think to look beyond our own industry? We tend to see our own industry as being very specialist. It needs a special set of skills. It has a special set of circumstances, which are unique to us. And what that might suggest to us is that we haven't got anything else to learn, you know, because other people don't have to deal with the situations that we have to deal with. So lastly, confirmation bias, excuse me. So this is the tendency to ignore information that contradicts our existing beliefs. So we seek out information that reinforces what we already believe. We tend to operate here in the green circle with the facts. We look for the facts that confirm what we already think, you know, when in fact there are a whole host of facts out here, you know, in the blue circle, in the wider world, beyond ourselves, our own facility or our own industry, which could also provide objective learning. For those of you who may be aware of Daniel Kahneman, who wrote the Thinking Fast and Slow book, he talks about the concept of what you see is all there is. So when we're processing information, we jump to conclusions and we make a story, a belief based on what we can see. And if all we can see is what is here in the green circle in our own small world, then we're not looking and learning from the things that go beyond that. So does this mean that we only recognize learning opportunities from within our own sector, from within our own bubble, because we don't see that we've got anything else to learn? So all of these biases come together and potentially, with all the others that are there as well, potentially prevent us from learning. So we've seen that these two very well publicized events really haven't registered as a potential learning opportunity. But what links us all together in this is the fact that we all use human beings to design and build our facilities, to operate and maintain our facilities, to manage our facilities. And in the same way, you know, whether it's Alton Towers, whether it's Grenfell Tower, whether it's, you know, the chemical industry in a coma site, or whether it's offshore wind, you know, the common factor is the humans that are part of our businesses, and they're all fallible in their own way. So when we look at these events, you know, you can see on the list, there's 6 points there that, you know, without very much digging, you can see potential opportunities to learn. So I'm only going to take a couple of those just to give you an example. So we look at the idea of accountability. So for the Smiler ride, you know, they had a fault condition on the ride. Multiple work groups responded to the fault. So we had the operator there, we had the electrical engineers arrived, we had the mechanical engineers arrived. But within that response team, there was no defined leader, and therefore, you know, no overall oversight to coordinate the activities, and things fell between the gaps. You know, there was also the idea that there was a final check by central control who had to authorize the train with the passengers on moving forward into the ride. But that became a tick box exercise. Again, that authorization was meaningless because there wasn't really a check. When we compare that to Grenfell Tower, you know, again, multiple groups were responsible for managing different aspects of the tower. You know, so, you know, we had the council, we had the housing associations, we had the fire brigade, etc. But again, change went unmanaged. The way in which the design had been developed was that each flat had was an integral part of its fire safety, and it was compromised over time. And the regulatory structure, which was interesting, what was mentioned in the previous presentation, didn't really help to provide that level of accountability. On another area, when we look at emergency preparedness and response, again, for the Smiler, facilities weren't in place to aid evacuating the ride, even though HC guidance required that to be in place. Lessons had been missed from previous incidents, so they'd already had an experience where a train had stalled in that part of the track, but nobody who responded on the day was aware of that. And there was a delay in calling the emergency services, which suggests that, you know, the emergency practices weren't as they should have been. When we compare that to Grenfell, you know, again, issues were ignored. Residents had raised safety concerns that weren't acted on. There was no escape plans for disabled residents, which again is a legal requirement. Safety equipment such as fire doors and the smoke control system were known to be unfit for duty and hadn't been repaired. And the communication from the call centre continued the advice to stay put when residents were ringing, even when smoke was coming into the flat, when it was no longer relevant. So again, you ask, how did that communication occur and what was going on? So what can we do about these biases? Well, the first thing we need to do is to admit that it exists. But knowing that we are biased, knowing that these shortcuts in our thinking process exist, isn't enough to stop us using them. It's very deeply ingrained in our psyche that this is the way in which we think. So one of the ways that we can deal with this is to think about looking for evidence that goes against what we might, naturally think, and ask ourselves those questions about something that we might read. So what are the things that I automatically agreed with? Does that confirm my bias? Does that confirm my thinking? Which are the things that I ignore or skim over without realizing? Are they the things that I think are no longer relevant to me or don't apply to my particular situation? How did I react to those points, whether I agreed or disagreed? And did the information confirm ideas that I already had? Was that the bit that I paid most attention to? Did I put most weight on that? And what if I thought the opposite of those? Did I discount what I was reading? And finally, I would suggest that we think about how we can practically look outside our bubble. What are the things that we can do to share that learning on a wider basis, to learn and take those opportunities, remembering that we all employ those human beings, and ultimately that's what it's all about. So that's all I want to say today, this morning for our presentation, but both myself and Matthew will be on the Q&A session at the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Really interesting presentation. I've noted a couple of questions for later. To those in the audience, do write your questions in the chat, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a good conversation a little bit later.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on, our next speaker is someone I know very well. Dr. Victoria Murphy is a learning from incidents consultant and researcher, I believe formerly or currently formerly at the Open University. Victoria's presentation is on making Toolbox Talks effective. Now, Victoria is gained her PhD several years ago. Victoria currently researches and provides consultancy on how energy companies can get the most value from incident investigations. Her work is focused on how energy companies can measure learning, what are best practices when learning from incidents, and how leadership can best engage in incident follow-up. She's produced both practical tools to aid organisations in these tasks, as well as producing peer-reviewed scientific publications on the topic. Vicky, I'm happy to hand over to you. Welcome, and looking forward to your presentation.
All right, thank you for the nice introduction, Stuart. Let me just bring up my presentation. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my presentation now. I'll assume so unless Stuart tells me otherwise.
Yes, we can, yeah.
Yes, so we've heard two very interesting presentations this morning, and about safety culture and learning from the incidents that are happening, both within our organizations and from other places as well. And I think one of the key ways that learning can happen from incidents is through Toolbox Talks. So that's what my presentation is going to be on. And actually, as we go through, you'll see it's actually quite a nice extension, especially of Lorraine's, but there's a lot of crossover with Olaf's talk as well. So the Energy Institute has scheduled this quite well, I think. But before we go on to actually talking about Toolbox Talks, I just want to give a little bit of background on what I'll be talking about. The more companies I've worked with, the more I realize Toolbox Talk is not actually a set term for anything. Different companies use it for different purposes. And from my perspective, as Stuart mentioned, my focus is really on learning from incidents. So when I talk about Toolbox Talks, I'm usually talking about these kind of talks that we have a description of here. So it's kind of a learning session when you're talking about an instant alert or a return on experience. There's different terms for it, but some kind of summary of an incident that often involves the lessons learned that have come from an incident investigation. And in theory, these are ways that workers may a lot of the time at the front line, but potentially anywhere, can sit down and kind of think about how those lessons from Smiler or from Grenfell Tower might be transferable to their own context, what things they can take from it and actually apply to their own work. This probably looks very familiar. So this is the, I guess, the academic version of what's in the Hearts and Minds LFI booklet. This is the same process that Lorraine was just talking about. And well, Lorraine was focused on that kind of left-hand side for instance at other companies and sites. I'm actually going to be talking today about this contextualizing aspect, or if using the words from the Hearts and Minds toolkit, the reflecting part. So again, that's where Toolbox Talks, I think, or really come in, these safety learning sessions, where you're sitting down and talking about an incident and thinking about it and what we can learn from it. So Stuart mentioned during my PhD, it was completely focused on learning from incidents. And I worked with several companies looking at what their learning from incidents processes were and what they were doing to try and learn from incidents. And Toolbox Talks, definitely a very key way of getting information to the front line, the people who are actually expected to change their practice in response to lessons that had been learned from incidents. But actually, there was quite a few difficulties, challenges that seem to be faced by all companies. And I think the first one really connects very well with what Lorraine and Olaf were both talking about today. It's a difficult type of learning. There's cognitive biases, the nature of incidents, especially incidents that were that happened to other people. The brain just naturally wants to dismiss them almost as perhaps like, I'm unique, my safety culture, my safety personal mindset and the way I act, with that, this would never happen to me. So I won't go into too much details on the cognitive biases, because we've already had a fantastic presentation on that. But I think one of the things when Olaf was talking that really stuck out to me is that when we're talking about renewables, a lot of expertise is coming in from oil and gas. And this is actually also making it quite a tough type of learning as well. There's the idea of sticky ideas, ideas that are sticking in your head. And if I was to teach you about something that you had no idea about, so I play the board game Go. It's unusual. Most people play chess if they're into strategic board games. So it's relatively easy to assume everyone here doesn't know Go, and you don't have any base knowledge of it. So if I taught you something about it, that would be fine. It would be nice and easy for you to think about. You just basically accept what I was saying because you don't have any frame of reference already for it. But when we're moving from oil and gas or other industries where we have quite a lot of knowledge already, to try and there's some similarities, but also some new challenges as well. That was one thing, again, that really stuck out in Olaf's talk. You already, like, if you have people who've been doing the same thing for 20 years and never experienced an incident, and then you're asking them to reflect and maybe change the way that they're doing their job, like, that's actually a really tough type of learning, to not just teach someone something new, but to kind of change the way that they're already thinking about a task which they're successful at. So you actually need quite good learning experiences in order to kind of shift people's mindsets during Toolbox Talks. But one of the things I noticed when I was speaking to different people about their experiences of Toolbox Talks or safety learning sessions, it was very inconsistent. As far as I could tell, a lot of the time it was supervisors who were leading these sessions, and some of them were naturally good facilitators. There were certainly people who had excellent Toolbox Talk experiences, but a lot of the time it was people just reading through a presentation and then saying, okay, you've learned, let's move on, or something along those lines. So there was really inconsistent learning experiences happening in these Toolbox Talks. And part of that was because supervisors aren't trained necessarily on how to facilitate learning. That's not what's gotten them into that position of being a supervisor. It's not the skills that they needed for that. And then they don't receive any training on it. So you've got quite a difficult type of learning and somebody who's not necessarily being set up for success. And then thinking about it more in the context of the organization, there's also no data on effectiveness. At the companies where I was looking at their processes, it definitely seemed like these incident alerts were sent out. And then that was almost the end point as far as the people who produced the alerts knew. There wasn't really any data on whether they're being effective or not. So you can't evaluate how well this is actually happening. And then again, there's no sharing between teams. One team might really think about, okay, this Grenfell Tower, this point from the Grenfell Tower incident is really relevant to me. Okay, I can actually change my work and make something better here. But that would stay locally. It wouldn't be shared between teams. So there are definitely some ways that we can make Toolbox Talks a better learning experience for people if we start tackling these troubles. Now, my background, as well as being learning from incidents, is actually in educational technology. And I saw this and I was like, okay, great. This is definitely a chance for educational technology to play a role. You automatically are collecting that data that analysts can do some things with for getting that feedback. If you've got it online, it's really easy to share between different teams what's happening. And if you have a program, like I'll explain this in a minute, but basically by being guided through an activity, you're actually reducing the need for that facilitation skills. Everyone will have quite a consistent experience. And by guiding people through an activity, you can actually prompt them to think a little bit deeper, to go beyond those cognitive biases. Some of the things that Lorraine was suggesting in the previous presentation. So this was the first piece of technology I thought could actually be quite good. And there's two things going on here. You're creating what's called a dialogue map. And instead of saying, what can I learn from this incident? Is this incident relevant to me? You're reframing the question as, how can we work safer? If you see on the left-hand side, you have that question mark box. And then to answer that question, we have each of the suggestions, those insights that come from investigations about how the incident could have been avoided. So in this particular one, for example, it was replace forklifts with a safer design, but whatever is relevant. And then rather than just sitting down and discussing, do we think these lessons are good for us? No. Great, but let's move on. You're asked to provide pros and cons for doing this within your team. And what this is effectively doing is asking for evidence. So we don't want to do this. Why not? Because we already have barriers in place against this. It's something we're already doing. This will just take a lot of time. But also you've got an opportunity to list advantages as well. So it's kind of changing it, not from, is this incident relevant to us, but how can we work safer? And let's think about not just yes or no to each of these, but the pros and cons. So again, thinking a little bit deeper. The second piece of technology I thought could be quite good in Toolbox Talks is it's called democratic reflection. It's actually a piece of technology that comes from political debates. So political debates are an area where you've got a lot of cognitive biases. And this piece of technology was specifically built to try and get over them. Lorraine mentioned Danny Kahneman and his work, and he often talks about thinking fast and thinking slow. So the thinking fast is when you're just, it's almost your gut reaction. It's when those cognitive biases really come in. You're not really thinking through a problem, you're just going with what your gut tells you. And the way this technology works is when you're listening to a political debate, or in this case, a Toolbox Talks, you can click on flashcards to say how you're feeling, capture that immediate emotional reaction or that immediate gut feeling. So in the case of Toolbox Talks, this could be something like, this is an oversimplification, this is really eye-opening, that wouldn't work for us, those kind of initial reactions. And then what happens is you present analytics back to the team so that they can see what their biases were. It's kind of really showing back what was the group thinking. And then you can have a discussion about why people felt that way. So actually, like, this has proven to be really effective at showing people their biases when it comes to politics. So again, I thought there was a nice opportunity here to use a similar approach with Toolbox Talks. So what I was hoping when I was writing the abstract for this conference presentation was that I'd come here and tell you, I've piloted these two pieces of technology and all the problems with cognitive biases and that sticky ideas, all the issues with Toolbox Talks have been solved. This is definitely something you should be doing in your organization. But what I actually found when I was talking to health and safety managers, so people probably like those attending this conference, a lot of enthusiasm, really could see the value of some of this. I mean, each of those pieces of technology is collecting data that you could use to assess, are Toolbox Talks happening well or not? Are there a lot of posts, a lot of pros and cons, or are people just really not engaging? Are people actually changing their biases? Is this having a shift at all? So real enthusiasm from health and safety managers. Then we went to the site managers, and the site managers, some enthusiasm, but also a lot of trepidation because logistics start coming in. As I was saying before, right at the start of this talk, Toolbox Talks aren't the same in every company. Sometimes it takes place in like your, I guess, like a meeting room before a shift, and people will have 20 minutes with a PowerPoint presentation. So there is a screen of some sort, but sometimes it's 5 minutes before people go out and do a task. There's no technology there. So by default, educational technology, and also the site managers are the ones who need to get buy-in from the team who are very busy to actually start using this kind of technology. And then when it came to the team leaders, that's where it really ground to a halt. I got a couple of them trained and ready to do it, and then something always came up. So what I genuinely believe educational technology and technology to capture this kind of data and guide discussions has a place in Toolbox Talks, but probably not yet at most organizations. If you think about it, what I was intending for this technology to do is take some of the heavy lifting off the need for facilitation skills. But actually, if you might lower the need for facilitation skills a bit, but you're really increasing the need for technical skills. And we did manage one pilot, and that was kind of the feedback I got. We'd like to try it again. We think it's got value, but could you perhaps lead a session so we can see how you use the technology? And in both of these cases, the idea is you're using that technology as a tool to have better discussions to get over some of these biases. But you still need somebody who's going to use that technological tool to guide the conversations. So I think there's potential for this technology in the future, but right now, actually, we still need to focus on facilitation skills outside of any kind of technology. So I wanted to actually have some like useful advice in this talk, not just, oh, so this is something that in like 5 years' time, after we've trained team leaders in facilitation skills, will be really useful. So I'm going to share perhaps a more successful set of pilots with you. I've been working with the Tripod board on some leadership modules. So these are obviously, leadership plays a really important role in learning from incidents and setting that safety culture as well. So this is a set of tools that will hopefully be available very soon that are going to support leaders in the health and safety. And that, well, there is a booklet that talks about how leadership can get involved. That's also some tools for investigators when they're engaging with leadership. And one of the tools that I've got in there is a workshop called the the Better Insights workshop. And the idea is it's a chance.
I'm sorry to stop you. We have come to the end of the time limit, and we will have to move on to a new speaker. So sorry to stop you mid-stride.
Can you give me just 1 minute to very quickly just go through these 3 recommendations, Stuart?
Yeah, if you could wrap up in the next minute, please.
Yeah, so one of them is just slowing down thinking. That seems to work really well. This is a exercise that is produced by Harvard. It's called I See, I Think, I Wonder. It just breaks down the thinking a little bit slower. So you start off by describing and then making a little step about what you think might be happening, and then what you think might help to prevent the incident based on those potential causes. Another is providing structure. So we actually use that pros and cons approach for some of the recommendations. But again, it's leaders thinking about what could happen, what would be good, a direction for their company. And then we've talked about individual cognitive biases, but there's also group biases that can come up in these kind of group learning sessions. So one of the things is just structuring in some individual time for people to make their own ideas about what should be happening, and then you move to a small group discussion and then a whole group discussion. The pilot's actually gone really well, especially I'll just highlight that understanding incidents and its causes has got a score of 4.6 out of 5 during the pilots. It seems to be really good for actually developing an understanding. So thank you very much, and thank you, Stuart, for letting me have that 1 minute.
Well, thanks very much, Vicky. So, you know, I think it shows us research doesn't always go as planned, but, you know, it's always valuable. And I think that there really is merit in this technology in future, particularly in how we capture the learning that takes place in Toolbox Talks and HSC meetings and all those kinds of things. How can we spread that out towards throughout the organisation? So I guess watch this space, and questions in the chat, please, for Vicky. We'll be joining her in after the next presentation, actually, for a Q&A session. So thanks, Vicky. I would like to introduce our last speaker for the morning. So I'm just trying to find my script. Right. So our next speaker is Al Hockin. So Al is a partner for the safety services in the EMEA region at Environmental Resources Management, or ERM, organisation. Al is speaking on protecting our people and assets, how leading organisations are driving HSE performance improvement. Just a quick introduction to Al. So Al, as I said, is a partner at ERM and has over 20 years of experience in HSE consultancy and industry. Al's experience lies in supporting organisations with the management of HSE risk through the combination of effective management systems and leadership engagement. Al has a particular focus on the energy sector, both conventional and renewables, and has worked on a wide range of projects in the UK and internationally. Al is an accomplished speaker and facilitator, working with leadership groups and teams to assign around their HSE objectives and develop practical improvement programs. So Al, welcome, and I'll hand over to you.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Hopefully you can see me, and I'm just going to share my screen now, and just give me a shout when that appears, or a thumbs up if that's appeared in full screen mode.
It's not in full screen, but I can see your presentation.
Okay, and hopefully it isn't.
There we are. Perfect.
Okay. Well, look, firstly, thank you for inviting me to talk today. It's a real pleasure to be here. As you heard from the introduction, my name's Al, and I'm a partner, and I lead our safety services here in EMEA. ERM, many of you may know our organisation. It's 50 years old this year. And as you can see, our tagline at ERM, sustainability is our business. We have over 5,500 people working on projects all over the world, ranging from work in the energy sector, work in the extractive sector, lots of focus, of course, as we support businesses in this transition towards a low carbon economy. So I'm representing our safety services today, and I'm going to talk a little bit about a piece of research we did and its implications for organisations, whether you are in the renewables space today, or whether that's an area that you and your organisation might be moving into in due course. So let me begin by talking about the research itself. Earlier this year, we conducted a global health and safety survey. This was telephone interviews and meetings with 273 functional health and safety leaders. So these were global directors, VPs of safety, VPs of HSE in our client organizations. And overall, they had revenues, these organizations, close to $7 trillion, employed over 12 million people. And as you can see from the stats in the bottom left-hand side, they had operations across 143 different countries. So it truly was a global survey. The next question I guess we want to think about is, okay, well, global survey, how much of this is actually relevant to us? Well, a quarter of those who took part came from within the energy sector, and that's a combination of both people from power, whether that be generation or transmission. It's people who represented organizations in traditional oil and gas, and also organizations working in the renewable space. So about a quarter of the responses came from those who are familiar with the energy sector. The first finding is probably not really a surprise. We asked the participants of the survey how they anticipated health and safety expectations changing over the next 3 years. And we used a sliding scale, a Likert scale, to assess this. What I should say as well is we had our team of data analysts and data scientists looking at the data to help produce the charts and do the analysis of the findings. And as you can see from this chart, when you look at these different stakeholder groups, whether it's the board of directors for the organizations represented, all the way through the employees, the customers, regulators, and the contractors, you can see that the participants' responses were way over on that right-hand side around rising expectations. And in some cases, there was almost no response on the decline in expectations. So we know that the expectations on health and safety performance are continuing to rise. And why is that? Well, several reasons were cited when we followed up with the participants. They talked about environment, social governance, or ESG, and rising investor pressure. And we've seen that just start to appear, just off the back of the COP26 conference over the last couple of weeks. The finance institutions positioning their belief around the need to transition to a low carbon economy and the changes that's going to make. We also heard from the participants about societal expectations changing. 22% of people called that out. And we also heard about changes in regulations and regulated behaviours. Again, different parts of the world may be impacted in slightly different ways. And finally, of course, we are living in and through a pandemic. And so COVID-19 was called out by a number of participants. There's been a real changer. It had been a wake-up call for organisations in relation to really thinking about the impacts that a health issue in this case can have on an organisation. Moving on, we asked the participants to tell us about the impact of health and safety on their own organisations. And it's not surprising that we saw similar results. Over 92% of those who we interviewed and spoke with told us that they expected health and safety to have a greater impact on their business. And you can see a fifth, 20% of people gave it the highest rating. So we have expectations rising. It's going to have a greater impact on organisations. We also asked a question about the penalties. What kind of penalties do you expect to see? And similarly to before, the vast majority of people said we expect the penalties for getting it wrong on health and safety, both for ourselves as individuals, but for our organisations, to increase. And about a third said probably very little change, but it's again all on that right-hand side. So we've got a picture here that's building of rising expectations, greater impact when it doesn't go well, and significant penalties being in place. And we heard examples from Lorraine's conversation about the financial fines that both Grenfell and the Smiler incident brought about. But of course, these penalties aren't just about financial, it's about the reputational risks, the license to operate, etc. So organizations are changing though. And we asked the question here about how senior leaders in organizations, so this is the executive and the most senior leaders and management of organizations, how are they engaging? Are they engaging less or more over the past couple of years? And again, lots of people told us actually our senior leaders are engaging more, and about 20% of people said, look, we've had a new CEO in the last couple of years. This individual has brought a new focus to health and safety in our organisation, although there were other changes in the business that have added to that. So that's really encouraging. We're seeing that leaders at the most senior levels are more engaged. And we also heard that they are becoming less risk tolerant. In other words, they've got higher levels of risk aversion. And again, 2/3 of the participants told us that. So that's really interesting. So this context is having an impact on how leaders engage and also their position when they sit in the boardroom, when they sit in their management meetings, thinking about what are they prepared to tolerate in terms of health and safety performance and risk management. And that led us to conclude that there was this greater recognition by leaders at these senior levels that health and safety has this vital role in creating a thriving workforce. So higher engagement, lower risk tolerance. And there's a quote there that you can see, which ties the health and safety performance to broader business performance, which is a well-known and established fact. So that helps us, I guess, understand and see the context in terms of where organisations are. And many organisations, and I'm sure there's people on the line today who would sit there and say, yeah, we've improved. And I think we heard from Olav in his presentation earlier about improvements that have been made within Equinor and the projects he'd been involved in. Many organisations have seen their performance improving. So this chart, I guess, illustrates that. Performance has improved, but these expectations, these pressures from outside, they're actually ramping up, they're accelerating faster than our actual performance. So there is this increasing gap between actual performance and the performance expectations, and that's really a cause for concern. It's I guess if you don't need a wake-up call, it's a reminder of the importance of the focus to continually improve. So, of course, the natural next question would be to think about, okay, well, what can we do? How can we improve? And what's the most effective ways of improving in relation to health and safety? Now, the 273 individuals we spoke to, if we assume they had somewhere in the region of 25, 30 years experience, that's over 8,000 years of professional experience. And we just asked them this open question, what's been the most effective way of driving performance improvement? And as you see on the chart, leadership commitment and engagement came out at the top by quite some majority, this culture of coming together as one team. And the connection of leadership to the front line was also very strong. So when leaders responded that, it tells us really that it's easy to say, but it's sometimes harder to do. So we then started to dig a little deeper on, what are the challenges? Why are organisations seeing this gap widen? Why are they struggling? Why are they, I guess, continuing to have to invest in this particular area? And the first thing that came out was really this difference in terms of risk tolerance between the most senior leaders and those on the front line, middle managers and frontline workers. And that's a real concern when nearly 80% felt there was this material difference. So what gets said in the boardroom, what gets said in the management meetings isn't kind of cascading its way down the organisation to those at the sharp end, those who are most likely to get injured or hurt. We also heard that only 8% of the participants rated their senior leaders as being proficient in translating commitment and engagement into meaningful impact. So you could summarize that as saying the rhetoric, we're good at spreading words, but we're really quite poor at actually turning that into impact on the front line and where people are in harm's way. And likewise, only 5% rated their middle managers and frontline leaders as being highly proficient. And we heard from our previous speaker about Toolbox Talks and how in some cases the supervisory staff didn't have the necessary facilitation skills to bring these things alive. And that's the kind of situation that people describe when we ask them these questions. But this isn't new. In 2018, we also did a global health and safety survey. And what you see here is this question about, are your leaders spending sufficient time in the field? And the field could be the shop floor, it could be a construction site, it could be an operational asset. And only 30% felt that their senior leaders were spending sufficient time in the field, and 36% their mid-level, and only 52% their frontline leaders. These are the people who really should be spending closer to 100% of the time in the field, but we heard they were tied up with paperwork, they were in meetings, they weren't visible and out there with their people. So if you're not spending as much time as you maybe need to, and I think COVID has only exacerbated this in many instances, it's a real challenge. And only 29% of the participants felt that leaders, and this is at every level, were actually effective at hazard recognition and engaging effectively with their people as coaches on the front line. So we're beginning to see this picture around not spending sufficient time, not having the impact, not really understanding or having consistent levels of risk tolerance between the top of the organization and lower down the business. Real challenges for organizations to consider. So if we jump back to the most recent piece of research, we really wanted to summarize it down to a few key challenges. And I'd talk really about the first one. Too much focus on the quantity of engagements versus the outcomes achieved. Too many organizations still measure the number of leadership visits that have been conducted, or the number of Toolbox Talks that have been held, or management visits to the shop floor, but not really looking at the outcomes or the impact. And we've heard that again from the two previous speakers. And that is, I guess, echoed by this second point about little measure of effectiveness. We also heard a perception that on the front line, there's still this singular focus on production, this balance and this need to bring, I guess, some kind of harmony and balance between production and safe operations. That's still a real challenge for people. The fourth item was around mental health, and I've not spent any time today talking about this, but we're all well aware of the rising tide of psychosocial risks and mental ill health in the workplace. And we felt that leaders really need to be equipped to be able to engage on this a little bit more. But the final and underpinning part of all of this is about the practical skills that leaders need to increase the impact that they have. We all have impact as leaders in our organizations, but how do we make sure that we're really getting maximum impact from that? How do we engage with people on the risks and the consequences and coaching them, asking questions, being curious? So some questions and points to think about. We believe that whatever organization you're in, small or large, we need leaders to really have these practical skills to take good intentions and the investment that's being made and turn it into great outcomes, to breathe life into these existing processes and programs. I mean, how many people have got Toolbox Talks programs or risk assessments or permit to works or all of these audits and inspections that we do? How effective are they? How can we as leaders really bring those to life and demonstrate the value that they bring to our organization and the importance that they have? We need to positively engage on hazard and risk. I've used the term go to the gemba, a Japanese term from Kaizen or kind of lean manufacturing. This is all about being on the shop floor, spending time with your people to really understand the problems, the challenges that they're facing, really understanding work as done versus the work as imagined. In other words, are we really understanding the reality on the ground for our people? We need to coach people, and we need to spend time investing in those frontline and mid-level leaders to help them understand and recognize hazards, because they're the ones there every day. And if they understand the hazards and they've got a greater recognition of those consequences, that allows them to make these more informed decisions on risk management and help them align to the organization's tolerance of risk. And the fourth point I'd talk about is looking at the metrics. How do we improve what we measure? How do we get more value from it? How do we think about outcomes as well as outputs? So to conclude, I'd ask you to really consider the following 4 questions. How do you keep your leadership engaged in health and safety when maybe your lagging performance indicators, your total recordables or your lost time incident rate is trending in the right direction? It's going positively, but those serious challenges remain. How do you help leaders to stay connected to this, not to become complacent? Do your leaders really understand the hazards and risks that they face in the organization? We've heard from Olav at the start of today's session about the complexity of the supply chains, the different processes that are being involved, the change in operations, the new individuals coming into the renewable sector, new companies coming into the renewable sector. You know, do we really understand all the hazards and risks, and are we really engaging with our teams in a way to influence change in a positive way? We heard from both Lorraine and our last speaker about Vicky, when they touched on human performance, and they touched on human bias and cognitive biases. So how are we adapting? How are you adapting your processes and programs to take account of that? You know, how are you making sure that we recognize that people will make mistakes, and when those mistakes happen, things can impact people and have a negative consequence, ultimately potentially leading to someone's death. So how do we help people to fail safely, so that when it does go wrong, there are other safeguards, there are other mechanisms in the background to prevent the worst scenario playing out for us? And then finally, how are we educating leaders at all levels on the scale of the impact they have on health and safety? How are we giving them these practical skills? How are we helping supervisors to give effective toolbox talks? How are you helping the leaders in your organization when they turn up on the shop floor to do a management visit to really have a positive impact? So questions to consider. We don't have time today to get into all of the details of the Global Health and Safety Survey that was conducted. But if you visit erm.com and the Insights page, you can download a copy of the report, or if you've got your smartphone with you, if you point it at the QR code here, that should take you straight to a link where you can download it. There was lots of other findings and data point in there, I think relevant to all organizations. So I hope you found today's presentation insightful. I hope you found it useful. And I look forward to the questions and comments when we move to the question session in a moment. But at this point, I'll close and I'll hand back to our moderator.
Thank you very much, Al. So again, very interesting presentation. Lots of things there for people to consider. So I'd like to bring everyone who spoke this morning back. So if you're able to perhaps turn your microphone and turn your cameras on. I'd just like to introduce Matthew Lorry, who was mentioned as co-author of one of the papers. Matthew is one of the original, so Dr. Matthew Lorry is one of the original developers of the Shell Hearts and Minds Safety Culture Toolkit, and has worked for the last 20 years helping organisations improve their safety cultures. Questions then. So let's start with the questions that we have in the chat. I think looking at the last question actually that was here, it looks particularly interesting. The question, so Tove asks, in his experience, the most engaged, passionate and committed safety ambassadors and learning promoters often have experienced some serious incident in their career, but we can't afford for everybody to suffer the same experience in order to have the same passion. Is that also your experience? Do you have any reflections on that? Lorraine?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the site that I used to work at had a major accident. We had one of our operators died as a result of that, and it becomes very personal. So absolutely, when you've experienced that, I think it does change your thinking. And clearly that's not an experience you want everybody else to go through. So completely agree with the comments in the question. I think in terms of how you help to share that experience, some of it is about getting people talking about what actually happens. I think often there's a lot of people who've gone through that experience can reflect on what happened. You see speakers maybe more from an occupational safety incident rather than maybe from my environment, major accident, process safety incident. But having listened to people, it becomes quite emotional, and it sort of connects sort of at a heart level rather than just at a head level. And what I would say from personal experience over the last 18 months, with the multiplication of webinars and this type of engagement, I've been lucky enough to hear a couple of survivors from the Piper Alpha accident speak, and it's really moving. It gives you a motivation as to why this type of work is important, why engaging in health and safety at all different levels of the organisation can make a real difference. So that would be my reflection on that question.
Victoria.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Lorraine was saying just then. During my research, I spoke to a lot of different frontline workers, and you could tell the difference between those who had experienced an incident themselves or knew somebody who'd been involved. It was just a different way of talking about it. And I think I completely agree with what Lorraine was saying. But I also think there's a chance, if you have these kind of people who are champions, and they're really engaging. And I think emotions and cognitive biases have a really strong connection. And this emotion can actually help people engage a bit deeper and get over some of these natural inclinations to dismiss things. And if you have those people as champions, it can actually start infecting the safety culture. And it becomes just the way that everybody, they kind of model the way to engage with incidents. So that perhaps some of the newer people who haven't experienced an incident can at least start mimicking those who are really taking incident discussions and toolbox talks and engaging with safety really seriously. I think it's kind of going up the culture ladder towards being safety is what we do. And if you can kind of encourage that and get these people who have a real emotional connection to incidents, being the champions and setting the standard for how to engage in safety, I think that can go a long way as well.
I think just time for one more question before we go to the break. And I'm going to paraphrase the second question that's been asked here. And so the question is, how can we capture the lessons learned from incidents outside of our sector and embed these in our projects? I suppose from Lorraine's presentation, what seemed quite clear to me is in some sectors, you know, there's perhaps more of an emphasis on system thinking when it comes to incident investigation. So trying to understand incidents as a unique incident, but that strikes me as something that is perhaps antithetical to then learning from that. And what I sort of saw in Lorraine's presentation was that if you can take an incident like Grenfell Tower or the Smiler incident, two very different sectors, obviously two very different incidents, but once you break them down into the sort of smaller parts, you can very much see the commonalities and the commonalities in itself. So I suppose, are there any tips that any of you give? So the question directed to Lorraine, but others can chime in, that can help, you know, you embed lessons from other sectors into your projects.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, everybody is aware of what's going on in the world, especially in this connected day and age. You know, you can challenge people if you're aware that there are lessons to be learned from outside your normal sort of area that you would look at. Challenge your own people to bring in events, to research that, to share that. You know, it fits in with the Toolbox Talk discussion that Victoria presented on. And, you know, there's lots of ways to connect with other professional organisations. You know, I'm sort of linked into IOGP. They regularly send through safety alerts. You know, you can watch the news. There's lots of things on there. And, you know, networking beyond your environment.
Thank you. And Matthew, I saw you. Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the opportunity also exists in organizations to put in steps or checks in your processes where at points where you think these biases might interfere with your learning from incidents process, for example. So if we naturally sort of don't look outside of our organization or our industry, then make sure there's a line in the document that says seek out incidents from other industries, so that you bring in, so like think of the process model, you bring in that information into your process, and then in the process itself, you know, like in Vicky's presentation about Toolbox Talks, make sure you've got some steps that are included in you know, the structure, the thing that tells people what to do or has reminders that can put in, steps and processes like she referred to about how can you make sure these biases are avoided, like the slow down your reasoning process, think of the pros and cons, challenge your view, really sort of like think, are we looking at this incident from outside of industry in a way that we can identify those learning opportunities, which Lorraine described are common to any organization that manages risk?
Thank you, Matthew. This is something that I could talk about all day, but I'm just conscious that we need to give people a break before the next session. So I'm going to wrap up there. There are a few other questions in the chat. I would say that to the speakers, if you want to answer any of those questions, you can do so by typing as well. I suppose just to summarise, I think that was a fantastic session this morning. I want to thank our speakers for their time and their expertise. And I will give everyone a chance to have a break for 10 minutes. Do come back at 10:30. We will be starting 10:30 sharp with our next session, which is in conversation. Carrying on a similar theme. Learning from incidents and how we prevent incidents in the renewable sector. So thank you very much, and I will see you in about 10 minutes, 9 minutes now.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah, are we looking for some help? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Oh, hi. Is that Stuart?
It's not, actually. I'm one of the panelists next. It's Ewan McMillan from Scottish Power Renewables. But I just
Oh,
noticed you were
hi.
answering questions there, and I don't think anybody's on in terms of facilitation at the minute.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's great. That's really kind of you. So
No problem.
there were some miscommunications to HSE about this. So I didn't get any information about the sort of practice run. And so they said, oh, just come along early, just to make sure everything's working. So I've come along early, and look, you can see me. I can see you. We can hear each other. So
Exactly.
I guess it's all working fine. So
Oh,
I thought, well, I better just wait here, because in case somebody
no,
is expecting me. I think it's just been lots of cross wires. These things happen,
sure,
don't
they do. So it's 10:30, and I think Stuart will open it up, and then it's I think we're both on actually an open discussion session at 10:30.
Yeah, I think what they're going to do is just ask us a series of questions, and then it'll just flow from there. Yeah, I've got the questions here. So no, well, that's very nice to meet with you, Ewan. And we've got another person joining us as well, haven't we?
I think there's a few actually. There's a few on the list. So I'll
No,
see you then at 10:30.
Yes. Well, I think I'm just going to wait here, because I just don't want to risk running
Indeed. I know the
breaking
feeling.
the connection. So, but thank you very much. It was nice to meet you. I'll put myself back on mute.
No problem. Bye now.
Then bye.
Yeah. No, I just looked in to see if that Q&A was there, but it isn't. So I'm just.
Good morning again.
Hi, Ewan.
Keith.
Doing you all right?
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
Perfect. Right. So, welcome back, everybody. I see the numbers are down a little bit, so hopefully people are joining the next minute or two. I'd like to welcome everyone back, as well as our 4 new guests for our panel session this morning. Now, our panel session is carrying on the conversation that we've had in the morning. Particularly, we're talking about preventing fatalities, work-related illnesses and major accidents. How can we enhance our understanding of risk and prevention? I'm delighted to welcome 4 distinguished panelists for this morning session. I see you're all on the line, which is great. I'll just give a quick introduction to each, and then we will get into some questions. And as before, I would like to also take some questions from the audience. So if you have a question for any of our panel speakers, please pop that in the chat, and I will try to read those out during the session. So first, I'd like to welcome Sarah Newton. So Sarah is the chair of the Health and Safety Executive. Sarah's served on a wide range of boards and is currently a non-executive director of the Royal Cornwall Hospitals NHS Trust. Between 2010 and 2019, Sarah was an MP, a Member of Parliament, and served for 3 years as a member of the Science and Technology Select Committee before becoming a minister in the Home Office, and latterly at the Department of Work and Pensions, where she had the honour of working with the Health and Safety Executive and leading the the Health and Work Unit. Amongst other responsibilities, whilst at the Home Office, Sarah led work on tackling modern slavery, human trafficking, and human exploitation. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for inviting me. Delighted to be with you.
Our second panelist speaker is Keith Wallace, who is the Senior Service Director at Vestas. So Keith has had a 36-year career within power generation and the oil and gas industries in various technical, sales and leadership roles. Keith has held various positions with Cooper Energy Services and Rolls-Royce Energy Business with rotating machinery, including heading the global field operations. Moving to renewables in 2008 as Service Director for Vestas in UK and Ireland, Keith led the transformation of the business in the early years and progressed on to developing the business through a continued period of successful expansion with 2.7 gigawatts currently under contract. So Keith, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Great to be here. Thank you very much.
Our third panelist speaker is Siva Kannan. Siva is the advisor, Group Health and Safety, Environment and Sustainability function at ADNOC. So Siva received his Bachelor of Engineering and Master of Engineering in Chemical Engineering from the University of Technology in Malaysia. Siva is a Fellow of the Energy Institute, as well as a Fellow of the Institute of Chemical Engineers, as well as a Chartered Engineer. He's worked with various oil and gas operators, including Shell, BP, BG Group International, Total and INPEX Corporation, in different capacities, specialised in process safety engineering over the last 21 years. In the last 10 years, Siva has served INPEX Corporation in Tokyo, Japan, as Deputy General Manager, HSE Unit and Process Safety Manager, before being seconded to ADNOC HQ as an advisor in December 2020. Welcome, Siva.
Thank you, Stuart. Glad to be here.
And last but not least, we have Ewan McKillen. Ewan is the Health and Safety Director for Scottish Power Renewables. So Ewan has worked in the power industry for over 30 years, largely in the operational leadership of power plants, thermal, hydro, pump storage and distribution energy networks. He has a keen interest in risk management, particularly from a practical perspective. Ewan applied engineering and operational experience to the subjects of safety and health, and so hasn't come from a traditional safety background. His colleague once kindly said that he'd done safety by osmosis. So I hope that osmosis goes two ways, and we some of that knowledge leaches out as well during today's session. So welcome, Ewan.
Thank you very much, Stuart.
So right, so we have a number of questions that were asked, but as I said to audience members, if you have questions, please pop those in the chat, in the Q&A function as well. So I'd like to, so some of the questions I'm going to ask are going to be directed at certain people, but others feel free to, to chime in and give your view as well. Some of the questions will just be open, and anyone will have the opportunity to answer. So the first question I have is directed at Sarah, actually. So what are some of the safety challenges associated with the exponential growth in renewable energy?
Well, first thing to say is that HSE very much sees itself as an enabling regulator. And this is, the greatest challenge facing GB, the whole globe, is the safe transition to net zero. And so really, we're absolutely determined to play our full part in enabling that safe transition. And so I think some of the challenges are the usual challenges that we face. So making sure that in any organization, there is a really strong culture about safety, and that leadership really coming from the board right through the organization, that is the most important facet of the business. So that is absolutely paramount. And of course, as an organization is growing so fast, in scaling up to meet the challenge in, say, offshore wind and lots of renewables, then sometimes keeping that focus can be a challenge. So I think that competence as well within an organization, from the board level right through the organization, to focus on safety and have the right tools in the organization to manage safety is a concern. Also, technical understanding. I mean, there is a lot of novel technology, a lot of innovation, which of course is to be welcome. But in the past, often safety has been developed, and safety cases and new learning around doing things safety has come around as a result of near misses or accidents. And that is improved processes in organizations. But given the pace of change and the speed of change, I think now we're going to have to really focus on designing out problems right from the beginning of the development of these innovative, novel technologies. So I think technical knowledge of the people designing and installing new installations and new technologies, I think that's a potential challenge. And also new entrance to the market. I mean, it's, this every day we read in the newspapers about building back greener, building back better, huge amounts of money flowing into the transition to net zero. So that's going to attract a lot of new businesses and a lot of new investment. And not all of those businesses will have had previous experience of running industry in high hazard areas. So there's a concern there that will they have the right and proper focus on safety? And I suppose really from a regulator's point of view specifically, we'll have this parallel work in the decommissioning the old carbon-based technologies. And so there are concerns there around, as people know that those industries are dying over a period of time, will the investment go into safety? There's a lot of old and aging infrastructure there. So we'll have the double responsibility and challenge of managing the safe decommissioning of older assets, as well as enabling the safe development and deployment of new technology.
You mentioned the understanding of technology. So in terms of the HSE inspectors and their knowledge, does HSE have the current knowledge of these technologies in order to, I guess, effectively regulate them?
Yeah, yes, I do. I think that HSE has got a really proud tradition in its science division. So as a regulator, we both have the science and the policy and the regulatory functions all working well together. So in our science base in Buxton, we have a whole team looking to the horizon scanning, looking at the new technologies. I think we have very good relationships with industry and with academia. So those relationships are helping us to keep very much with an eye to the future. And then, you know, for example, on hydrogen for heat, we've been working on that for some time now, lithium batteries, working with offshore wind. So a number of the people on this panel will be working closely with our inspectors. So I think we've got a deep science base, knowledge base of colleagues in those parts of HSE that can be enabling us to keep our eye on the future. And then we've just recently set up a net zero hub within HSE to make sure that not only have we got the science base, the evidence base to support industry and provide the knowledge, enable the safe transition and development of this technology to be as safe as possible for the workplace, but also for those people affected by work, so us as consumers of new technology, but also to make sure that the current regulatory landscape is fit for purpose. So looking at, do the current regulations that keep us safe in the UK, will they work in the future? So we are, you know, joining up that science and evidence base with our regulations to make sure they are fit for purpose.
We heard earlier from one of our earlier speakers that the different countries have perhaps different levels of their regulatory frameworks are at different perhaps levels of maturity, particularly when it comes to renewables. And we heard some kind words about the UK's regulatory framework being quite robust in that respect. What's HSE doing at the moment to work with other regulators around the world? Are you sharing learning, sharing knowledge of how we do things?
That's a really good point, Stuart. And I do think the UK has got a really robust health and safety framework. I mean, the Act is coming up for its 50th birthday in the next couple of years, and it's as relevant today as it ever was, because it's really outcomes-based legislation and has that really simple and effective principle that those who create the risk have got the responsibility for managing that risk. So that applies in any technology, in any workplace. And of course, over time, that's been supplemented with additional guidance like the CDM regs. There are others. And that is something that we will always be looking to do to make sure that we've got what industry need and what we all need as citizens to be able to develop new technologies and new industries safely. In terms of working with other countries, we're not at all arrogant, and we know that we don't have all the answers, and we really welcome working with our co-regulators in the UK. We work very closely with co-regulators such as the Environment Agency, but with academics and with regulators overseas, and with those industry partners. So you'll often find HSE participating in all sorts of global initiatives, global conferences, with our co-regulators, with industry. Our Chief Executive, Sarah Alban, spends time with those. At the moment, we're working very closely with Taiwan, for example, in offshore, in the marine environment. So it is something that we're always looking to do, share our expertise. And these are global challenges which need global solutions. So if another part of the world has developed new technologies ahead of us in the UK and they've got a really effective regulatory environment, we'll absolutely be looking to that. We do not want to reinvent the wheel.
So I wonder, Keith, do you want to say anything about what are the main challenges that perhaps the offshore wind sector or perhaps other renewable sectors are facing when it comes to health and safety improvements?
Yeah, I think certainly the growth of the industry in the UK, and maybe to pick up one of the points that Sarah was talking about there, was around the global nature of the industry. And I think one of the challenges that we've got to face in the UK is how can we learn from the rest of the sort of wind sector in the UK. I mean, there's probably around 700 gigawatts of wind globally compared to 20 gigawatts in the UK. So we tend to think of things very much from a UK perspective, and I think there is a lot of learnings, and I don't mean necessarily, obviously, I obviously fully agree with Sarah there from how industry views the regulations in the UK as being being gold standard, but certainly from the learnings of failure, I think, looking at how when things do go wrong in other environments, and how can we get that kind of learning of failure, and certainly that in the industry in the UK, all of the major OEMs are playing in the UK. There's a lot of international organisations involved in the construction and the development of wind projects, both on and offshore. So there's quite a big global dimension there already that we have the ability to be able to pull together and collaborate. And I think that's certainly from, speaking from the onshore sector as part of the Safety On organisation, which is a relatively new industry body. And one of the points that you mentioned in the beginning was, what do we see the challenges? We as a sector is only just now really started to think of ourselves as a sector where we've got data that we can learn from and look at it from a sector perspective. We've been very much segmented into individual companies, whether that's owner operators or OEMs. So it's certainly been, how do we think of ourselves as a sector? How do we look at the data that we've got in the UK? Offshore has been doing this a little while. Onshore has only recently got into this as Safety On, and then that data then gives us the basis for developing our improvements.
What's the data that's telling you at the moment that's your biggest issues that need to be addressed over the next few years?
Yeah, I think, what we've seen, I can probably speak most about onshore. We've certainly seen, we published our first reports earlier this year, which is basically on the 2020 performance onshore. We were definitely seeing hand injuries, back injuries, manual handling, predominantly coming from people doing routine maintenance. So yeah, we were starting to get some interesting findings there. Again, it's very early days, and I think we're only now starting to learn about how do we then take that data and develop improvements. We were already working on a number of initiatives that had already been there as a result of the collective information and the collective knowledge of the participants working under suspended loads. That's a topic. There's been a huge amount of engagement with the HSE on electrical safety as well. There's been some very important initiatives and reports that's been produced by Safety On the back of those, and again comes out from collaboration with the HSE. And certainly we've sort of echo what Sarah said there around the engagement. We've certainly seen that through the engagement with the HSE together with Safety On, very participating and very active, and I think that helps significantly in sharing the knowledge around the industry.
Stuart,
yes, of course.
Could I just add to that? Sorry, Sarah, were you just about to come in?
You go first.
Just to add to the point, I think often the renewables industry, now I've already said in my bio that I come from a more traditional industry, but often it's thought that the renewable industry is somehow poorer performance than traditional industries. I'm not so sure that is borne out by stats when you look at severity rates. But one thing I think we are behind on is industrial health, occupational hygiene. And so that's an area that the evidence is starting to show us that the renewables industry need to put a bit more work into, is the so-called slow accident. So when you look at noise, vibration, we're doing a lot of life extension now. Sarah mentioned aging assets, a lot of paint being used and resins and such like. So I think industrial health is an area where traditionally oil and gas have learned a lot, and we could learn a lot from these industries. So being open to collaborate on industrial health, occupational hygiene as it's called, is really an area of focus over the next few years, over and above maybe the traditional safety approach. Really bringing the health into health and safety. Well-being, yes, of course. Mental health, yes, of course. But I think there's something to be done definitely on the traditional industrial health aspects. The slow accident,
Is that because the offshore or the wind sector hasn't been focused on that, or is that because the different technologies, and so perhaps some of the industrial health aspects have only become apparent in recent years?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, there's a age issue in terms of the industry. It's still relatively young. I mean, we're only seeing the assets that are now considered old being 25 years old typically. Also tend to think that because it's a green technology, there's a tendency to make the assumption that everything about it is green, and that's we're deluding ourselves a little bit. Of course it's green in terms of green production of power, but it's got a lot of the traditional material risks that any industry has. So I think there's just a bit of a learning curve in many respects. And that's why I sit with the Safety On Technical Advisory Committee, and I often say we need to really engage with oil and gas because of their knowledge in this area. And I know from my own company in Scottish Power Renewables, we're starting to put quite a lot of effort into the area of occupational health, particularly the industrial health aspects.
Siva, I believe you were going to say something before.
Yeah, thank you for letting me chip in. And I think that is great what Ewan just said. It's really good to hear that focus on health, not just safety. And there'll be a lot of support available from HSE in terms of advice and guidance, because as you say, Ewan, a lot of those issues that you're talking about, those health issues you're talking about, are prevalent in, or there are instances of them in other industries. So there'll be a lot of support to enable you to do that. But I just wanted to say that a key word here is this collaboration, and industries and individual companies being prepared to share data and share intelligence so that safety issues can be designed out, hazards can be designed out, and actually that would apply for health as much as it does safety. And for example, next year, the industry body for offshore wind, G+, are working with us on enabling quite a major offshore wind sort of incident, so that we can learn lots of things from that and share it more widely with the industry. So there is some very good collaboration that's going on, but I very much agree with Ewan. I think there is more to be learned from offshore oil and gas, who have been working and operating in this very hazardous environment for a longer period of time.
I think this point about learning from the oil and gas industry, has there been, and this is a question for anyone to answer, has there been a reluctance for the renewable sector to learn from other sectors, particularly oil and gas? Has that been your experience?
My short answer might be yes, but I think it's changing. My relatively short period of time in the renewables industry would suggest that can prevail a little bit, in terms of they're bad, we're good, but I do see that changing. I see there's much more of an embracing of the history as much as anything else. I mean, if you just take the North Sea in the UK, I mean, since the early 70s, there's been oil production and exploration, and so we really must tap into that knowledge. I mean, we might get into process safety later on as well. There's just so much rich information that we can gather, and we see the big oil majors coming in anyway. It's a natural transition. It's going to have to be this transition anyway, away from fossil fuels. I mean, COP26 has just finished in Glasgow, literally a few miles from where I am right now, and some very good commitments have come from that. So yes, and the short answer is there's been a bit of resistance, I think, in some quarters. But I see us now embracing more traditional industries, because we're all working towards the same goal. This is not a competitive thing. This is about employer of choice, keeping people healthy, and not just the immediate, the fast accident, as I mentioned earlier, the slow accident, making sure people in later life and retirement can enjoy a long and healthy retirement. So it's there should be no debate over that. And I see the direction of travel being positive actually now, Stuart.
Mm-hmm. We talked about personal safety, we talked about hygiene. What about process safety? Siva, I understand that you're quite a proponent of process safety and various different process safety management frameworks. So I suppose there's a question either for Siva or anyone to chime in. What about process safety? Is there now becoming more of a focus of process safety in the renewable sector as well, not just personal safety?
Thank you, Stuart. I think it is yes. Yeah, the answer is basically yes. But the thing is, oftentimes we do hear that the renewables doesn't have the hazard factor to it. It doesn't have major accident hazards in that sense, loss of containment, and an example to it. Yeah. But the thing is, it's not the case, because as we, for example, at NOC, we are all moving towards blue hydrogen, if you know the blue hydrogen part, and as well as the the green part of it, and blue ammonia. So it's all relates back to the risk that we need to manage, as what Sarah mentioned. We are as producers, we own the risk, and we need to manage the risk, right? See, process safety management framework, which is, I'm going to bias here. So Energy Institute has a really good material out there. And I remember Dr. Steven worked really well on the latest publication of Energy Institute, high-level process safety framework. And we have applied that in our companies, and it worked really well. So what I'm trying to say is basically it's not two different things, renewables and oil and gas. We are in the transition phase. We would like to produce safely. And in order for us to really demonstrate the term social license to operate, we don't call anymore license to operate. We call it a social license to operate for the sake of green energy transition. And PSM is the right approach to use. That's what exactly we have done in the company. Previously, I worked in Japan, and I do agree with what Evan says, that sometimes the newcomers to the industry, they not necessarily will have the same idea of solving these issues in terms of the risk. And often you do hear many of them saying that this risk is not as applicable to us, it's oil and gas, right? But it's not the case. When you really do a deep dive in the risk assessments, that you will find out it will be applicable. So in short, yes.
What's I suppose what sort of, how would you define process safety for renewables? So people think that perhaps it doesn't apply because that's oil and gas. You're saying it certainly does apply. Is it just a question of perhaps reframing what process safety means for renewables?
That's a really good question, though. So I'll take it there. So what we have done internally, and even previously in Japan as well, in our offshore wind, we have taken the elements of Energy Institute and we tailored them to the risks that you foresee or you identify in renewables. An example of it, you do have hydrogen generation in renewables. Forget about the blue hydrogen, but in a normal power generation, you do have this, we're talking about lithium batteries and so on and so forth. You do have that element of hydrogen generation. So it will be applicable to a certain extent, and some of them may not be applicable. The obvious answer for that is hydrocarbon. You will not have significant amount of hydrocarbon in renewables, but you still need to somehow manage that when you're going into this different source of renewables as we speak. So among them, blue ammonia and blue hydrogen is one of them. Yeah. So in short answer, yes, you can take that readily and you tailor make according to the needs of your operations.
So it's really about understanding your hazards, your major hazards, not just putting everything in perhaps a personal safety frame, but understanding your what we might call your major hazards, perhaps not in the traditional sort of sense in terms of coma and things, but that they are there.
I think maybe I can maybe just make a point on that as an OEM. I think it's more of a terminology thing than anything. Certainly, as a note from an OEM perspective, looking at rotate machinery in the sector there, we very much focus just naturally on the sort of major failures. What could be a major incident? You're right. The personal safety has a lot of the attention, but within an OEM world, you're looking at what could be the major causes of the worst examples. A blade throw, a collapse, or a turbine fire, for example, and certainly. You could badge those, and I probably never thought about it until sort of this was around the terminology of process safety, but certainly, turbine fires and the influence of high voltage in the environment. If that's what's meant by process safety, well, yes, but I think it's a terminology thing more than anything by nature of what we're actually doing here in power generation and rotating machinery. But yeah, as an OEM, yeah, definitely, we're looking at the root cause of failure constantly, from a reliability as well as a major incident perspective for constant improvement of the technology and preventing, and as a maintenance provider as well, looking at maximizing the performance and avoiding a major incident, which would be the sort of ultimate worst case. But yeah, very much in our DNA as an OEM to be looking at data, analyzing data, collecting data off the fleet, and then constantly looking at the performance and failure, looking at failure and the root cause of failure.
Stuart?
Yeah.
No, just to add to that, I mean, I think it's a super point about the language, because process safety maybe doesn't actually fit, but it's just a tag. I think, as Keith says, I mean, okay, we may not have a lot of high pressure, high temperature processes going on, but what we are seeing is a lot more energy parks coming on stream. So we're seeing wind farms linked to solar, and linked to batteries, and now linked to electrolyzers for hydrogen. So we're seeing energy parks now. So traditionally they might have been called power plants, but essentially they're energy parks. And now they've got multiple different processes that are some quite benign and some actually quite high hazard. And I think that's where the process safety starts to play into the onshore renewable sector. Offshore will have its own areas too. And in fact, Olaf's presentation earlier, really interesting about how you link offshore floating wind into traditional oil and gas. So I think all of that's there, but definitely the hybridization of sites is an area where process safety will definitely lend itself going forward. I think the main thing is you've got to measure the right stuff. And it's that old analogy of the baggage handler instance versus the aircrafts coming out of the sky. You know, people measured baggage handlers, slip, trips and falls and deluded themselves to the actual flight, the airplane safety. You know, and I know people on the call will know all the history with BP Texas City and everything else. But again, you've got to measure the right thing and not be deluded that your organization's very safe when actually it's not. You're just not measuring the right thing. So for me, process safety is about measuring the right thing.
I can't let it hang on that. So perhaps there's what should we be measuring? Is perhaps a good follow-up question to that.
I think one of the things, I mean, I suppose one of the things that we look at is, we're measuring LTIs and recordable injuries as a measure, but then it's, we've got a program called life cases where we're looking at the potential. So, the potential hazards, if that was the potential outcome, if that could have been a fatality or that could have been life-changing. And I think as TRIs and LTIs have come down, we've certainly had to move more in that direction where we analyse, potential outcome, and then you're sort of starting to see, what could have, if you give the scenario of a blade coming off a turbine, and the hazard is, well, we saw that, and the potential would be, if there would be somebody in the vicinity when a blade came over, or there was a tower collapse, for example. So, from those instances, you're spotting maybe some of the major things where we've got, processes and systems in place that could prevent that. But then when those multiple things go wrong, then if you're spotting them in the early stages and you're looking at the potential, then, that's a methodology by which we've tried to move in that direction and looking at, where you've been lucky and not lucky. And I think that would, as a measure, that gives you a lot more insights than purely looking at LTIs and recordable injuries.
We've mentioned a few things, hybridization of different technologies together with, perhaps thermal generation and battery storage together. And Keith, you mentioned around, the data that you have as an OEM. And I understand that through Safety On, G+, there's much more sharing of that data amongst different organisations, and I think G+ and Safety On are both fantastic examples of industry coming together and doing that. I mean, in other renewable sectors, perhaps that doesn't exist. And I'm particularly thinking battery storage at the moment, where I know from colleagues working at the HSE that there are frustrations about not knowing what incidents perhaps are happening and having to get their knowledge from Google News about incidents, battery fires that are happening, happened in places like South Korea, and perhaps there isn't so much of that sharing going on. Are there any thoughts on that? I mean, where are there any areas where you do think perhaps we need to be sharing more data with each other in order to more effectively learn?
Could I just say something? So Stuart, I think you raise a really important point about the use of data. So it can be used at different phases, can't it? So we can be using it to get a better understanding, to design out problems, whichever renewable sector we're in. There is collecting that data, as Keith so well articulated, so that within organisations, it's really important management information to bring those changes to keep people safer and healthier at work. But there's also another part of this as well. Clearly we need, the public will expect us to hold people to account. So, learning from incidents, making sure we're holding people to account. But what HSE really puts a lot of effort into is when there have been fatalities or a lot of learning around near misses, to share that widely. So then there's the dissemination part of the important use of data, so that people can learn from a particular incident what they can do differently. And this is particularly important in the areas we're talking about, new industries, hybrid industries. I was just thinking about anaerobic digestion, and we've recently had a terrible incident there in Bristol with loss of life. And that is, one industry which is, waste and recycling, seeing there an opportunity of anaerobic digestion, but have they thought about the high hazard nature of what they're moving into? Have they thought about all the right processes? So that touches on the point that Ewan was making, where you've got, industries moving from one sector into another, working with others in a location. And is there a proper oversight of everything that's happening there, which also touches on your point about battery storage. So these are the challenges that we are recognizing and working with partners to resolve.
You touched upon some good points actually, which I suppose really hit home that the future is really about distributed power rather than centralized. We're used to having a few large power stations doing what they do and doing it very well and safely, but perhaps the future is looking at much more distributed networks where we've got solar panels on people's roofs, batteries in their basements, and all sorts of people installing these, looking after them, maintaining them, etc. Has HSE given any thought? What's HSE's thought about that? I mean, I suppose we've mentioned, the challenges with this growing, with growing renewables, and you mentioned things around competencies of people. Is that just to the large organisations, or also to the small organisations who would be involved in power in future?
Yeah, so it's to anyone who is involved in these new technologies and the development of the new technologies. We want to make sure it's done safely. So I think there's going to be a blend, isn't there? I mean, none of us, has a crystal ball, but the government is investing in at least trying to see whether the gas grid can be repurposed for the use of hydrogen or a blend of natural gas and hydrogen. So I think in the medium term, there will be centralized energy production and distribution alongside all the work that's going into finding out how there can be more local heat and power networks. I think both things are going on, and we're certainly our teams across science and policy and interregulation are working on all facets of that. But you touched on particularly batteries, and that is an area that I saw myself. I was only at Buxton a couple of weeks ago looking at the teams that are doing a lot of work on lithium batteries and the safe use of them. So as I started off in my few remarks, we're always looking to the future and the horizon scanning and looking at those technologies and working, with companies, with people from abroad, where there's greater deployment, with industry, academia, to really make sure that we are supporting the safe development and usage of the new technologies.
Thank you. Now, there's a question here from our audience that I'd like to ask, and it's in responding to what you talked about, the slow accident. So, are we failing to communicate to the frontline the hazards specific to their activities? So, is there a poor understanding, perhaps, of the hazards that they're faced?
Are we failing? I don't think we're failing, because all of us will have risk assessments and method statements for the work that we're doing, and we'll work with key suppliers as well that are competent, because we have processes in place to make sure that they are. But I can be quite candid with you that there are still work to be done in Scottish Power Renewables to make sure that we are managing that slow accident for our own staff and for our contractors, because we don't distinguish between the two as far as we're concerned. It's a kind of health and safety for all mentality in Scottish Power and in Scottish Power Renewables. I think there is, though, a bit to be done, and this is kind of almost the dirty end of it as well, the drive for kind of lowest cost of energy, the lowest cost to serve, cost of production, can find us all having a wee bit of a race to the bottom. So I think we've all maybe got to hold the mirror up to ourselves a little bit and decide as we move to this low carbon future, whether it's onshore, offshore, whether it's solar, battery storage, hydro, whatever, we've got to build into the cost of these projects the best possible processes to manage that slow accident. I think that's got to be built into it. We all know we build in safety, we build in personal protective equipment, we build in the need for risk assessment. I'm not so sure we're really building in enough just yet on industrial health. Whereas in oil and gas, they already are, because they've learned the lessons of it. I think that's the difference. They've felt the pain and they've had to learn from that, whereas we as an industry are still relatively, like I say, I mean, some of the oldest wind farms are only 25 years old, and so we're just at that point in the curve where we're starting to learn some lessons, I think.
So we also talked about the data, particularly the data that's been collected by Safety On, G+. So another question from the audience here is, I'll perhaps paraphrase the question, is how confident are we that all near misses and incidents are being reported?
Yeah, I think a good point. I mean, from a Safety On perspective, we're relatively new. We've just started collecting the data. It's taken some time because of that. That reason, and particularly if you talk about onshore wind, there are so many. It's even compared to offshore wind. There's so many more owner operators, different types of, from utilities to private owners to investment funds, third party O&M providers, as well as the O&Ms at the O&M companies. And then if you go down the supply chain, there's a lot of different players in there. And I think certainly one of the biggest challenges has been to make sure that we've got correct data, we've got good data that we can trust in and we can make decisions on and we can drive improvements on. And it's something that we've got the focus on to say we want to be really good at this and recognizing that we have got some challenges, because that's going to tell us the answer. So to answer the question, are we confident? It's early days, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the challenges to make sure that we are on both sides, not double reporting, the same different companies reporting in, flushing that out at the same time as under-reporting and making sure that it's flowing in. At an individual company level, certainly, we're all, doing a lot there. At a company level, I think, there is good cultures across the industry in terms of openness to reporting, and certainly, from my perspective, that's a really important, a really important thing to have that culture of open reporting. But no, from a data perspective, yeah, I think we've still got to work at that and make sure we get that right.
We talked a lot about the challenges, but perhaps what about some of the solutions? It's probably worth talking about. So a bit of a half question here, but I think it may be quite interesting. So is safety an activity that HSE departments do, or is safety simply a desired outcome? And if it's a blend of the two, or one or the other, I suppose, what are the what have you seen as being perhaps the most effective thing that you've done in order to overcome some of these challenges and improve safety?
I can chip in if you would like. I want to. I think first of all, I'm absolutely clear that safety is not done by safety. So I said in my biography, my background's line management. So I was absolutely clear that I was responsible for the power plant and the people, and the health and safety teams provided me with a framework to help me do that. But in no way is the health and so that's a problem if organisations see health and safety or environment, or indeed finance, as a kind of bolt-on. It's got to be absolutely integrated into the line culture. That's so important. So there we go. So health and safety is done through the line. Definitely not a bolt-on. And I think you have to be very authentic about it and put people at the centre. I mean, two little examples we've run recently would be one on fatigue management, where we used wearable technology to look at fatigue. It took an awful lot of buy-in to build the trust, but we did that using essentially Garmin and type devices. And the other one is human factors, looking at human factors. But somebody in the earlier presentations talked about spending a lot more. In fact, it was Al said at this, just previous to this session, about narrowing the gap between sometimes the academic discussion and what's actually happening in the field. Now, there's always a gap in organisations. I would challenge anybody to say there's zero gap. There's always a gap, but you've got to try and minimise that gap and make it as authentic as possible in the field. Would be my pitch. It takes a long time to get an authentic working health and safety culture, but very easy to lose it by some bad leadership decisions potentially. So no, to summarise, health and safety isn't done by health and safety professionals. It has to be done through the line, and the health and safety professionals provide the framework. That is, for me anyway, absolutely essential to success.
Fully agree with it, even. Okay, go ahead, Kate.
Oh no, sorry, you go first. Yeah, you got that.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is absolutely. He summarized it very well. And what we do is as well in here slightly we do differently. So it's top-down approach as well as bottom-up approach, I call it. So one of the way to really come up a good reporting is for the frontliners, I call it, to really understand the corporate standards and procedures that we roll out. It's we call it as a seagull. It's not just fly over and all the burdens is taken by the frontliners. And one way to do that is IOGP, Association International Oil and Gas Producers, do produce something called Process Safety Fundamentals, which is widely available for all the group companies to including the new renewables as well the old traditional oil and gas industry to use. And what happens here when you apply these process safety fundamentals, which can be tailored to renewables as well, the operators discuss the dilemma. So it rolls up from bottom up all the way to the top. And top, what they do is up to, as Sarah explained in the board members presentation, what we do is something called challenge the green and endorse the rates in terms of the KPIs. So we do not measure any more lagging KPIs. Yes, it's part of measurement, but what we discuss in this level is the leading KPIs. So all this culture, which is really a positive culture of reporting, comes up. And then what happens is basically you see where the problems are. And eventually that then comes into the board for a support for investment in terms of saying that, yes, this is the way that we need to solve the issues. So I'm not saying that we are all there yet, but this is the approach that we take here in our company.
Yeah, I very much agree, obviously, and that it's definitely safety is a prerequisite, and it's certainly not done by safety departments, and I think it is very much a cultural thing and a leadership thing, and I know for me there's no one fantastic standout initiatives, because it's about everything that we do, and I think we certainly see correlation between operational performance. We see correlation between employee satisfaction. We measure employee satisfaction, and therefore when you start to drill into that, and then you see the correlation between at a working level, the leadership. Have we got the right? All right, is the employee satisfaction right at the working level? And then sometimes you see the correlation between, is that a team or part of our organisation that isn't maybe reporting things the same, and possibly not. If you haven't got employee engagement, if you don't have a satisfied and motivated workforce, it tells you something about the leadership at the front line, and then you see the indicators in other places. So for me, it's trying to break this idea that safety is something separate. It's just intrinsic, because everything's connected. And I think from things like safety walks, and we're very strong on safety walks, and every operational leader does that. But I hate the title of safety walks, because if you're not out talking to people and looking what's going on, and particularly in an industry where so much of what takes place is people working remotely on hillsides, offshore, two people on their own, not with no close supervision, it's even more important, and that level of engagement. But it's the correlation between operational performance and safety are very clear to see.
We heard earlier, but it's perhaps our last presentation about the importance of leadership. But we also heard that whilst leaders perhaps thought that they were sending the right messages, those lower in the organisations perhaps didn't see that. So perhaps there was talking the talk but not walking the talk. What can organisations do, perhaps structurally or in other ways, to help leaders be good safety leaders? You talked about walking the line. How do we make sure leaders have the time and it's part of their role to do things like that?
So can I just chip in there and say that I think it's about making it easy. I mean, and demystifying it. So this is where the the health and safety professionals or the occupational hygienists and those people in an organization can really enable their leaders to make it as easy as possible for them. There is a lot of information out there. There's lots of advice out there. I often think, you know, perhaps a bit too much, and it's sometimes difficult to navigate your way around and figure out what is the best for us, what's the most applicable for us. But once you have navigated your way around in an organization and think, yeah, these are the best tools for our toolkit, this is going to work for us best, then to really get all the board, the CEO, the board, to buy into that, to understand it, so that they can see that, yes, Keith talked about the business benefits, and so's Ewan really well articulated the business benefits and the KPIs and the measurements, but also to feel it themselves. And so this makes absolute sense. I feel really happy talking about this. I can walk any part of my business and I can have this conversation. And then once they get it, it's a bit of a light bulb moment from what I hear, listening to chief executives and organizations that do it well. And it becomes, as one of your previous speaker, I think it was either Lorraine or Victoria was saying, it's just safety is what we do here. You know, safety, and you could say the same for health. This is just what we do here. And it just becomes routine.
Does anyone else want to expand upon that question around leadership?
I think really well summed up about people's comfort. Often chief executives and boards have not necessarily come from usually not come from a safety background, quite often not from an engineering or technical background, so feel uncomfortable if they've maybe been an economist or a policy regulator, feel uncomfortable going into a workshop environment or a power plant or whatever, or a wind farm. So I think demystifying it is actually a really, really powerful point. The other side of it, of course, is good business sense. So if the boards are not getting the moral aspects of this, there's actually a bottom line benefit too. And we've started to really think about changing our language toward more sustainability, the sustainable development goals, because a lot of boards are very aware of the sustainable development goals now, the 17 goals. And what could be more sustainable than having your workforce and your supply chain, you know? And so changing the language a bit, making sure that we're not doing safety just because it's the right thing to do. Of course it's the right thing to do. It's absolutely, and I'm sorry to be so cliched about it, but it is actually good business sense as well. Many studies have proven the fact that doing the right thing benefits the bottom line too. So show me any board in the world that wouldn't respond to that argument as well, over and above the moral aspects as well, and employer of choice, as Keith mentioned earlier as well. People want to join organizations that are doing these things well. So it's all about your workforce renewal as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's connecting. I think you're right, and it's definitely about connecting the dots with everything else you do. You know, as an operational manager, you know, if you're running a whatever that may be, either construction from a construction perspective or from an operation perspective, is drawing the dots, and I think it's the demystification of it is certainly an important thing, and how you can relate it to somebody who is say running an operation, running a project, how they can see that the safety, the root causes of safety when things go wrong are the same root causes. You know, when you take away the fact the outcome is the worst outcome, but if you go back and say the root cause, those root causes, if those things, whether that's bad planning, you know, we talk about when you do those kind of investigations, and part of it is being rigorous around the root cause investigation about when things go wrong, even if it's a low level kind of incident but have the high potential, and you look at the root causes and you say, you know, I'm thinking of some ones that we've had where it was it was poor planning happened, you know, there was people weren't trained and competent to do their job. The outcome was safety, but actually it wasn't a very efficient operation in doing that. So I think it's changing the language in talking about the root causes more. Then you can see that if you're solving those kind of things and you're engaged in those kind of things, then you're going to have a good safety outcome.
There's a question here from the audience, which I think is a nice follow-on question to what we're currently talking about. So safety is an outcome of the decisions leaders and boards make, contract strategy, commercial strategy, internal and supply chain capacity, a life cycle view of assets. But how do we get leaders to understand this relationship between their strategic and tactical decisions and, I guess, operational control, operational safety?
Well, I would say it's about having measuring the right things. I can't remember which of my fellow panelists said that earlier in the day, but it's about measuring the right things so that isn't a disconnect. There shouldn't be a disconnect. Once the board sets the strategy and direction of an organisation, and then that's articulated into the annual business plan, then you're looking for the KPIs to know that you're actually achieving what you're setting out to achieve. So there really should be good alignment across that. And if there is that disconnect, then there is something amiss.
I mean, it's never perfect, and there's always tension. I mean, we have tension all the time in our procurement processes in terms of what we choose to afford and what we choose to do. But I have to say it's a healthy tension, in terms of decisions. Do we get it right all the time? Absolutely not. And sometimes we'll take elevated risk and we'll have to put more controls around it. But I think we do it with our eyes wide open. And I know our own chief executive, Lindsay McQuaid, who comes from a policy regulation economist background, and would you mind me saying that her background is not safety, but very quickly has got with the programme and realised it's an absolutely fundamental component, if not up there as our number one actually, and has to demonstrate it in a very authentic way. So yeah, but it's about measuring the right things and making. In fact, we've got our leadership team meeting this Friday, and the first thing we'll talk about will be the scorecard for October that's just closed, and where we are, and that'll be a mix of leading and lagging. I know that's also quite traditional, but you've got to be kind of relentless with the message. So measurement.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time, so we've got about 5 minutes left, and I would like to give everyone a chance to perhaps close out the session, send some parting word. So I suppose imagine you're in a lift with one of our audience members, or perhaps as a HSE manager or director at a renewable organisation. What piece of advice would you give that person in order to help improve HSE performance? So if we could just have perhaps a few words from each of the panelists, just to close out the session.
Like to go first?
Who goes first?
Okay, so I would say very simple, but complacency kills. So there's a lot of lessons out there, and what do I mean by that is because there's a lot of lessons out there by different industries. The transition is to the green, and just apply and learn from it.
Complacency kills. So excellent advice. It does beg the question: how do you stop, prevent complacency? But that might be another conversation.
That's going to be a long conversation.
A long conversation. Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Yeah, I'll go next. Yeah, I mean, just covered a lot of the stuff already. I think clearly leadership. It's about people and leadership, and it was interesting, listening to the last session there on the feedback from the survey, and it was very crystal clear then, and I would echo everything that was said there around so for the safety professionals, please, keep up making it clear to the leadership of the organisation and around the root cause. Let's get to the root cause of incidents and work with leaders to do it, because it's leadership, it's people thing. It's leaderships can create the culture, and there is a very big cultural piece to that, and we need an organisation that has makes it feel okay to report and put the hand up and share when things go wrong, and so certainly culture and sharing of failure and seeing failure as an opportunity to improve is a fundamental for me. So encouraging people in that direction is sort of high up on my agenda.
Thank you.
So Stuart, I'm happy to come in because it fits nicely with what Keith just said. So the first thing I'd like to say is a huge thank you to all the health and safety professionals that are with us today, because there can't be anyone here today that hasn't been adversely affected one way or another by the pandemic, this dreadful pandemic that we've all been experiencing. And so all health and safety professionals have really been on the front line of supporting the organisations in which they work to enable people to be as safe as they possibly can be at work. And of course, a lot of the a lot of the employers who are participating today will be in industries where people had to go to work and they couldn't work from home because we needed them to keep the lights on in our country. So it is really a sincere thank you. And we are still in the midst of the pandemic, and there are the huge challenges we've talked about, the transition to net zero, which we're all going to be playing a huge part in, everybody who's come along today. And so this is an ever-changing world of work, and people really will need to keep very up to date with the tools that can help them do their job well. So if everybody, I've been a big plug for getting people to sign up to all the free advice and information that you can get and guidance from HSE and some of the courses that we run as well, so that people can keep their professional skills really up to date and be supported and helped in what is an incredibly important but very challenging role.
Thank you. And Ewan?
Yeah, so, if my elevator pitch would be, it might be boring, but get the basics right, get your risk profiles and compliance reports right. It sounds terribly tedious, but it's the basic flagstones of success, and fundamentally try to communicate in an attractive and authentic way. That's the essence of many things, actually, but certainly getting the message across on health and safety. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. And so I'd like to thank you all. Thanks to Sarah, Keith, Siva, and oh God, brain freeze. Ewan, I couldn't see your name. Apologies. So I'd like to thank you all for. I think that's been a brilliant discussion. Apologies, we couldn't get through perhaps all the questions that the audience members asked, but we do run out of time. So we have a 10-minute break now. So we will close for 10 minutes, and we will be back at 11:40, I believe, for our next session. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our next session, acceleration in the energy industry. So this is the last session of today's morning. And after very interesting discussions and presentations in the morning on adaptation and also talks about preventing work-related incidents and accidents and how we can learn from them and how we can enhance the understanding of risks in the energy industry sector. In this session, we would like to concentrate on accelerating. So how can we implement, how can we increase capacity and facilitating the implementation of new structures and developments in a safe and responsible and most importantly in a sustainable manner. So my name is Hildenbrand. I'm the manager offshore and onshore wind at the Energy Institute. And in this role, I support both organizations, G+ for the Health and Safety Organization for Offshore Wind and Safety On, providing leadership for the onshore wind sector in the UK. And I would like to introduce my panel speakers for this session. So firstly, we hear about a regulator perspective on the challenges for deploying solar in Bahrain. So today from Bahrain is joining us Rami Osman. Rami is an energy efficiency specialist at the United Nations Development Program, and Rami is currently working with the Sustainable Energy Authority on the implementation of several initiatives under the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. Rami has been involved in energy management as well as the research and development of energy conservation measures, including a pilot study for energy efficient lighting and cooling technologies. Rami currently serves on the board of the Energy Institute's Middle East, is reading energy policy at the University of Sussex, and has over 10 years experience in energy and education. Rami, please, the stage is yours, and we look forward to hear your presentation.
Thanks so much for the warm welcome and introduction. If you could just confirm for me that you're able to see the slides, that'd be great.
Yes, we can see them, Rami. Thanks.
Perfect. So I'll jump straight in. Thanks again. I'd like to just thank everybody for being here, albeit virtually, and for the invitation and opportunity to speak to you all today. So I'll first start off just by going back to kind of the Kingdom of Bahrain Sustainable Energy's starting point, I guess officially. So in December of 2013, a memo was raised to Cabinet suggesting the formation of a center to address two key issues. One was to increase investment and uptake of renewable energy technologies, and the second was to improve energy efficiency on a national scale. Now, I say this was kind of the start officially because many organizations were doing this prior, but there wasn't unified or cohesive approach to doing this. So, of course, the typical challenges were faced, and this, I say typical in terms of promotion of any innovation. So you've got resistance to change, both in the private sector and the public sector, and the nature of nascent markets. So, you know, looking at things like lack of regulation, the knowledge gaps, the capacity gaps, and the finance gaps. So all of these issues existed and were being addressed by many different stakeholders in different ways. Again, sometimes there was repetition of work. Often there was a lack of knowledge even in those stakeholders trying to push those two agendas. And of course, you know, the resistance to change came in quite heavily. So you've got an incumbent market, you've got incumbent regulators who don't necessarily understand, and of course that change in the status quo can be perceived as a bit of a risk. And often this is where we see, you know, the us versus them mentality come in. And it's not necessarily the case. And I think that's come across quite clearly throughout the morning. there's often a lot that can be learned from incumbents, and very often, and we're seeing it more and more every day now, the incumbent is part of the next stage in the energy transition. We have many organizations changing from oil and gas specifically to energy, and that's across the value chain. So these challenges kind of are present in almost any energy transition. So I'm going to take you through how the Kingdom of Bahrain kind of approached these challenges. And I think the first very important step was on the previous slide: top level buy-in, top level leadership buy-in. So having the memo raised to cabinet meant that the very highest authorities in the country were engaged and aware of the process that was intended. So once that green light kind of came on, the next thing to do was to make sure that Bahrain wasn't approaching this alone. We weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. So a partnership was signed between the government of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United Nations Development Programme to staff the center. It was approved, and in November 2014, that partnership started in earnest, and the Sustainable Energy Unit was formed. Having worked extensively to promote the two agendas, it's changed shape and name. So the Sustainable Energy Center became, which is a slightly bigger organization. And in October of 2019, His Majesty the King issued a decree forming the Sustainable Energy Authority, a fully fledged authority independently reporting to Cabinet on sustainable energy matters. So what were they going to do? What was the intent or the strategic intent? Some relatively modest targets were proposed at the time. And again, this was a consultative process, and many were pushing for higher targets. Others were pushing for lower targets, more achievable, manageable. And so this is where the country settled, and Cabinet also approved these targets in January of 2017, 6% improvement on national energy efficiency by 2025, renewable energy target of 5%, increasing to 10% by 2025 and 2035, respectively. I'm sure many of us have been following the announcements at COP. Bahrain committed at COP, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Sheikh Salman committed to reaching net zero by 2060, an interim target of 30% reduction in emissions by 2035, and specifically a renewable energy target of 20% by 2035. Now, in order to achieve the net zero target, an interim target, we're calculating that we can likely achieve a 15% improvement in energy efficiency by 2025. Again, this is not something that the SEA can do alone, and this is not something that the government can do haphazardly. There has to be a clear roadmap. And that was developed again by the SEU in 2016. It was approved by Cabinet, and it takes the shape of two action plans. The first is the National Renewable Energy Action Plan. The second is the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. And I'll talk you through those in just a moment. But in order to ensure that all the stakeholders across the value chain were engaged in the development of these, there was a huge consultative process. Again, that was in part to coordinate everything that was already being doing by those stakeholders, make sure that they were all on board and their actions were involved and incorporated into the action plans, but also to make sure that they had an opportunity to raise concerns and identify areas where there could be issues with the existing status quo. So in order to make sure that they were always involved, particularly from the public side of things, Cabinet also formed a committee for the implementation and follow-up of those two national action plans. It's called, somewhat creatively, the Implementation and Follow-up Committee. There is representation from as high up as the Prime Minister's Court, across the public sector. The Sustainable Energy Authority president chairs it, and there's representatives from across the energy industry, but also other areas of government, because they are almost all affected by energy in one way or another, whether it's having the Ministry of Works on board to support in the clearing of pathways for transmission and distribution to renewables, assigning space for renewables, the Supreme Council of Environment to make sure that the environmental regulations are adjusted and put in place accordingly, industry, commerce and tourism to make sure that taxation is looked at from the renewables and energy efficiency, equipment, importations, many different groups are involved. So again, we brought them in, they're part of the committee, and they meet every 2 months to follow up on the action plans to make sure they're being implemented according to the timelines approved. Now, 70 pages of the National Renewable Energy Action Plan kind of condensed down into one slide here. Again, we've got the targets that were approved initially. They've since been increased, as I mentioned, but this is the set of policies and projects. The 3 policies ideally are to deal with that gap of regulation. So an enabling set of frameworks, net metering, just making the business case possible. There has to be a way for people to purchase or sell renewable energy. Government building renewable rooftops was a way to overcome the initial price issue of solar because of the lack of capacity. So the government was going to be the lead off-taker, as it were, and the lead project proponent. The third one being a renewable energy mandate for new buildings. Again, a way to indicate government support towards renewables, that there wasn't going to be a overnight change and renewables wouldn't be flavor of the month anymore. Then a series of projects. There's 7 project groups. Again, the solar systems on government buildings, leading by example, showing the viability, both in terms of technical viability, financial viability, and the regulatory viability, that this was something that was possible in the country. The second one, solar systems for new town and developments and housing projects. This is based on the fact that the government is one of the largest developers of social housing, or due to social housing that's developed in Bahrain. We wanted to integrate the use of renewables on rooftops. Waste to energy, again, identifying that it wasn't just solar, there were other viable ways to incorporate renewables and pilot them, show what did and didn't work, again, to increase local capacity and awareness of. So that's a series of pilot studies. Number 4 was industrial renewable energy initiatives. The industrial sector is one of the largest energy consumers. And obviously, as a result, they were most likely to be able to make a big impact. So we worked with the industrial sector to have their involvement. After that, we've been looking at onshore and offshore wind, another great resource, particularly given Bahrain's limited land space available for renewables. Project 6 was large-scale solar farms on available lands. And this is where we had to be a little bit creative because of the limited available land. We looked at things like landfills. They were coming to the end of their life, so we had landfills allocated specifically to be remediated and then allocated for public utility scale solar farms. Number 7 was the integration of renewables into infrastructure. So looking at this, it's very much a coordinated approach to try and get all the public spaces available allocated and using solar in renewables in a constructive way, but also increasing the local capacity, reducing the resistance, and really giving us an opportunity as the regulator and the government to go through these projects and see where the pains were, see where the challenges were from a financial, technical, political even perspective, and iron out the creases, reduce the barriers to entry for customers, for providers, and even ourselves as the regulator. Similar challenges were faced in the uptake of energy efficiency. So condensing another 70 pages of the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan into a single slide. There are 22 initiatives across 5 sectors, and then a series of those are cross-sectoral. But in terms of buildings, you had things like green building codes, rating schemes, minimum energy performance standards for appliances. Industry had its own program where we approached all the industrial players and had them sign energy compacts. We will have heard about more of those at COP26 as well. So then we looked at government, again, trying to lead by example, integrating energy efficiency best practices from around the world into the public infrastructure, into public buildings. Transport was the same, raising awareness through standards and labeling. There was a transport subsidy reform. So this was also mirrored in electricity supply. So there was an electricity subsidy reform as well. Integration of power factor correction was sort of incentivized by putting in an excess reactive energy tariff. So many different approaches, again, some of which were already being done, but they were all put under one action plan to have a coordinated approach. The cross-sectoral ones really address the challenges by raising awareness and ensuring that there's institutional infrastructure and training everybody involved in the value chain, because again, a lot of the resistance is due to a lack of understanding or a lack of knowledge about the way things are going to work in the new way of doing things. So when you're trying to promote these innovations, that's one of the key issues that needs to be addressed. It's been done in quite a successful way. So just to show very high level indication of how the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan has worked, on the right-hand side, you'll see the projected peak load. And there was an expectation, and many international consultants concurred, that there was going to be a 6% increase in peak load each year. And that was based on population growth and all of the national plans for development. That population growth has happened. Thanks for the 1-minute warning. That population growth has happened. However, because of the action plan, the demand has actually come down. I'm going to save going through the numbers. From the renewable energy side of things, you can see that we've reached, through successful bidding processes, less than grid parity. So we're able to provide now cheaper renewables. And that was demonstrated with a school project, a public schools, where we were able to achieve a cheaper or an energy saving, a cost saving for that Ministry of Education. As a result, 24 other ministries have asked to be involved in future phases of the same program. Very quickly to move on to the lessons learned. You need to get that leadership buy-in, stakeholder buy-in. You don't want resistance along the way. You've got to be flexible, but ensure stability. So put in the requirements in terms of regulatory frameworks, but be ready to say, okay, that didn't work. We need to shift slightly and course correct. You've got to involve whole of government, but also recognize that the private sector has a huge amount of value to add and experience from around the world. Lastly, you've got to be able to regulate and build capacity. So the regulations are useless if nobody understands them or can deliver on them. So I think it's important to be able to learn from others, but be ready to tailor things to your local context. But thank you for the reminder, and I hope I didn't rush too much.
Thank you very much, Rami, and thanks for in the only 15 minutes to squeeze in the regulatory framework and how it can be applied and what the challenges are and the projects and initiatives that results in. We have some more time after the presentations in the question time. So that reminds me, please, if you have a question, use the Q&A function in this web application and just post your questions for the speaker after the presentations. Thanks, Rami. Our next presenter is Dr. Helen Rogers, and Helen is having a really exciting talk about net zero, what, why, when, and the carbon literacy in energy organizations. So So really looking forward to that really practical approach by Helen. So Helen is a specialist in the asset management of onshore wind farms with over 10 years experience in renewable energy as director of DRH Amway Consultants. Helen delivers flexible and client-focused asset management, consultancy and training services to portfolio owners, their stakeholders and supply chain companies. She also provides portfolio level technical and commercial asset management consultancy and training services with a continuous improvement approach whilst encouraging protection of long-term asset value and high QHSE standards. Helen delivers accredited carbon literacy training to client organizations and consultancies of the Carbon Literature Organization certification. So Helen, over to you, and really excited to hear what the training is all about.
So can I just confirm you can see the screen?
Yes, all clear. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that introduction. That's very thorough. And thank you, Rami, for that very interesting presentation. I hope my presentation will build on some of the things that Rami has just said. And good afternoon, everyone, as it is now. Thank you for letting me share your lunch. So I am going to talk to you about carbon literacy training for energy organisations. But I couldn't resist a picture of a wind turbine. So those of you that know your stuff will know that's a Senvion 3XM. It's standing in the snow in the beautiful Highlands of Scotland. And of course, there's lots to consider there in terms of health, safety and sustainability. So I'm just hoping that my screen is going to catch up with me. There we go. So making renewable energy safe and sustainable. The Energy Institute has presented to us today that sound health, safety and sustainability performance will be vital to the technology's ability to gain the confidence of the public, investors and the wider industry. Now, the definition of sustainability in the Oxford Dictionary is that the property of being environmentally sustainable, the degree to which a process or enterprise is able to be maintained or continued while avoiding the long-term depletion of natural resources. Now, I will add to that we're not only concerned about the depletion of natural resources, but also the long-term damage to the Earth's climate system, which provides us with a suitably habitable planet to which we've all become accustomed. So our sessions today are adapting, accelerating, and integrating. So in terms of accelerating, what are we accelerating towards? Okay, so that's net zero, of course, in this case. Now, individuals and organisations of the renewable energy industry will have heard and discussed much about sustainability, the climate emergency, decarbonisation and net zero. There's never been more in the media about it as there has been in the last 2 weeks. And of course, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that is a good thing. So many organisations will already be calculating and reporting the carbon footprint of their operations, at least to scope 1, scope 2, perhaps even a selection of scope 3. There will also be those who have strategic decarbonisation plans in place, like Rami's organisation, possibly even science-based targets or Paris Agreement aligned. However, do all of our leaders and all of our colleagues fully understand what all this means? Can they communicate this to colleagues and stakeholders with integrity? And do we understand the variables, the milestones, and where the numbers come from and what they really mean? So what is net zero really, not just clever accounting? When do we need to get there? What does the science say? What does our historic and moral responsibility say? And how? How do we play our part? What's mine to do? We all have a part to play, all organisations, all colleagues, all members of society, particularly those in the countries of the global north, including, of course, the G20 and the G7. Are we sufficiently motivated by a genuine understanding of the why? We already know in this industry the value of colleague engagement to successfully affect change in an organisation and an industry. So we've demonstrated this through the evolution of our world-leading health and safety culture in the UK, and we should apply the same zero harm and continuous improvement principles to our net zero journey. We know the value of understanding, motivation and agency in successful delivery of any project. So how should we mobilise the people behind the plan? We know the most effective culture changes are sustainable when people understand and share the motivation for change and make their own personal transition too. So I'm going to propose to you today that the BEIS supported prize-winning training framework from the Carbon Literacy Project, delivered by peers and with maximised organisational and locational relevance, consisting of 1 day's worth of active learning on climate change, science and policy, carbon footprints, communications, and most importantly, action. Why and how best we can all do our fair share. So this is a large-scale education programme originating in Manchester. As I said, prize winning, and I'm referring to the United Nations COP21 in Paris, where it was awarded a TAP 100, one of the 100 worldwide transformative action programmes. And now at COP26 in Glasgow last week, the Carbon Literacy Project was awarded observer status. So the team were there in the room representing our voices in the negotiations, and since then have provided some really interesting insights from inside COP. So have a look at their recent posts on LinkedIn, for example, looking for the Carbon Literacy Project or #CarbonLiteracy. So having said all that, I do not work for the project. So I volunteer for the project on a, I advocate for the project on a volunteering basis, and I deliver training on a commercial basis. I took the training as an employee when we were building and operating onshore wind farms, and it was the missing piece of the puzzle for me. So just supplying technological solutions is only part of the whole solution. We need to create the demand for those solutions too. We need to change behaviours and change culture alongside technology. So what's mine to do? I'm a wind farmer. I really like it. I think I'm good at it. Some of my clients can let you know whether that's true or not. And I'm very busy, so I must be doing something right. I'm not a climate scientist and I'm an engineer. I'm not a social scientist or a professional communicator. But carbon literacy training is intended as peer-to-peer learning to maximise the relevance and optimise those outcomes. So the training is framed in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. All 17 are so interlinked, and I've picked out just 3 here that are really the 3 pillars of my work. Affordable and clean energy, of course, climate action, the ultimate multidisciplinary challenge, I would suggest, and opportunity, of course. So we've got science, geography, geology, anthropology, history, politics, and of course, economics and technology. But we've also got sociology and communications too. And it's not just about the knowledge base, it's also about threading that into core cultural values, one of which is working with others to create the change that we need to see. So in that vein, I would like to acknowledge the organisations that I work with to deploy the training at scale, the Carbon Literacy Project themselves, also Sustainability Changemakers and Speak Carbon Collective. The Carbon Literacy Pioneers Network, we truly recognise the value and the importance of SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. So why do energy sectors particularly need carbon literacy training? So this is a chart from Our World in Data, which is a fantastic source of information on almost any topic. I would challenge you to find a topic that they haven't covered and provided really well-researched data on. So this is the year 2016. This is our global carbon emissions, so carbon dioxide equivalent, all greenhouse gases. And this is 50 billion tonnes year on year. And the proportions haven't changed that much between 2016 and now. And you can clearly see why energy is so important. Energy for use in buildings, transport and industry. And you can see that it breaks down there into quite a lot of detail. Okay, so what is carbon literacy? Now in the training, I would normally ask the audience to answer this question before I let them know the project's own definition. Someone in the room often gets the first part. So an awareness of the climate impact of human activity. But I often have to then emphasise that it's not just that. It's the ability and motivation to act to reduce those emissions, both individually and in your organisation. Now, an exemplary example of an organisation within the energy sector Showing real leadership on this is Electricity Northwest. So Electricity Northwest became a carbon literate bronze organisation in spring 2019. They were their first in sector, and they're currently the only DNO CLO. So a certified carbon literate organisation demonstrates a substantial commitment to carbon literacy in their strategy, in their performance management, within their workforce, and within engagement with others. There are numerous co-benefits to being a CLO: decreased resource consumption and operating costs, more engaged employees, healthier working environment, and reduced supply chain risk, among others. And this is all alongside the fundamental benefit of keeping average global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees C. So Electricity Northwest are very soon to be certified as Silver CLO, having met all criteria, including training a significant percentage of their workforce in carbon literacy. They started with the directors and the senior leadership team, and they trained directorate by directorate, emphasizing that all business functions, all colleagues in all functions have their part to play. We often hear that health and safety is everyone's responsibility, and we should also be hearing that carbon savings are also everyone's responsibility. It's not just the job of the energy manager or the sustainability manager. All colleagues have their part to play. All colleagues must understand why and understand the need for urgency, for acceleration, for speed and scale. So achieving the Silver accreditation also requires an organisation to integrate carbon literacy into their performance management. Electricity Northwest were already producing a business carbon footprint every year in their environmental report, and we're reporting on it every month in their briefs. So obviously you have to measure to reduce in a significant, meaningful and targeted way. So Electricity Northwest have joined the Science Based Targets Initiative, along with over 1,000 companies worldwide, and they've had their net zero target of 2038 and their pathway to achieve this independently verified against the SBTi's criteria. So the footprint and the training, carbon literacy training, combine to inform the priority areas for footprint reduction. They've devised their plan and they are now acting on it, and they have been doing this for some time now. So following on from their carbon literacy training actions pledged, they've integrated their individual and team objectives, they've integrated their actions into their individual and team objectives for the year. And so in such a large company, the further deployment of the training is now targeted first in the departments where most savings can be made. This is an organisation that is really leading the industry by example. I don't have time to cover all of the fantastic operational and decarbonisation initiatives they've undertaken, so I'll signpost you to their website to read all about it at your leisure. But I have picked out a few of their completed actions that all organisations should give some thought to. So it might seem obvious in this context, but in terms of energy imports, buy 100% renewable energy, genuinely 100% renewable energy, whether that is from mainstream electricity supplier, or if, like Electricity Northwest, you're large enough to have a direct PPA with a renewable energy generator. Okay, now you can generate your own electricity, of course, as Rami's just been talking about, installing solar panels. Electricity Northwest didn't just do this on existing buildings, but have also built a PV roof on an electric vehicle charging carport. So they're moving their fleet of vehicles over to electric, where technically feasible. So cars, small vans, maybe not some of the larger vans just yet, but they have invested in electric mini diggers, and this has been a fantastic case study. So the electric mini diggers have a higher upfront cost, and at first the financial director did balk at that, but they have lower running costs and they work out cheaper overall. They also have additional co-benefits, which is what we're always looking for. They're safer, they're much quieter, so they're better for the operators and colleagues to communicate with each other. And they're also better for the stakeholders, in this case, maybe the neighbours, alongside that work that's being done. So then the team can work longer hours because they're not disturbing anybody, and therefore it's better for the company. So it's a really neat example of a triple win of those core values, planet, people and profit. So the additional requirement of the Silver accreditation, and of course of the SBTi, which is very much aligned, they have also promoted what they have done. They take their stakeholders along with them and maximise their impact. Just one moment, please. Sorry, I'll just catch the slides up. So net zero substations, depots, and a training academy. And promoting, influencing, and enabling. They've promoted what they've done. They're influencing their stakeholders, their client base, their high-end users, and also domestic clients, the domestic customers, sorry. And they're enabling others to move with them in this journey by sharing that information with others. And they're now heading for gold by taking the training to their supply chain organizations. So I see B there, thank you. So this is my last slide. It's just a summary of the content of the training. It's about combining that knowledge and that set of core values to motivate action. What's happening? What does it matter? What's being done about it? And all of these things are looked in a global context, a national context, and local and organizational context. What should we do about it? And resulting in a pledge to act, a very specific and meaningful, significant and quantified pledge of carbon reduction, and then to keep going and bring others along with you. That key thing is maximizing your impact, showing effective leadership by not only walking the walk, but enabling others to do the same, pushing for change and using your sphere of influence to bring others along with you. So a few things that as a result of the training, you would certainly be able to talk about with integrity amongst your colleagues. So thank you very much for the time to present that to you. I hope it was of interest. Please do not hesitate to contact me via LinkedIn if you have any additional questions or queries, or obviously you can put them in the Q&A box and hopefully we can come to them after Nikki's presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Helen. And like you said, please, any questions, put in the Q&A. And thanks, Helen, again for showing how people can be mobilized. There is a way, there is help, and for showing a good way to how we as an individual or we within our companies can make our contribution. Our next and last speaker for the session is Nikki Small, presenting on the project, give an update on the Wind project, the blade recycling. So Nikki has been with SSE Renewables for 25 years, or has been with SSE for 25 years with a varied career in the renewable business. And in her career, she has been responsible for wind regime measurement, analysis and site feasibility for new developments, renewable energy, renewables obligation certificates, forecasts and trading, business development, project management of environmental impact assessments to obtain consents for wind farms. And just over the last 7 years, Nikki has been focused on construction, environmental management, and her current role in SSE Renewables onshore O&M wind environment is as onshore O&M wind environment manager to ensure the delivery of habitat management plans, compliance to environmental planning obligations, and environmental management for all of SSE's on operational wind farms. So Nikki, very, very interested to hear your update and your practical approach on blades recycling in wind, please.
Thank you, Bea. That's a really nice introduction too. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of SSE Renewables and to introduce you to the initiative that we've been involved in over the last 12 months, which focuses on wind turbine blade recycling and is known as Wind. I'll share my screen, apologies. I'm so keen to get started. I'll just better check that you can see that firstly.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. Okay, just to get started then. SSE's vision is to be a leading energy provider in a low carbon world. And sitting under this commitment, we have a set of environmental goals that are based around the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And one of these in particular is the responsible consumption and production, which promotes resource efficiency, environmental quality, and managing waste in a sustainable way. And in doing so, it's our very much commitment and desire to use resources sustainably and reduce life cycle impacts. And if I can just introduce you to the overall view of blade recycling in itself. The majority of turbines can be recycled. It's a known fact that the majority of the turbines is comprised from steel of around 80%, and there are also mechanical component parts. But the actual wind turbine composition comprises of glass fiber reinforced plastic, and it's a composite material. So currently it cannot be easily recycled or repurposed at commercial scale, and that's the key, is the commercial scale. Industry solutions are required to accommodate the decommissioning volumes that we expect to see. And even more importantly, longer term, solutions are required in blade design so that manufacture and design integrates reuse at the end of life. And with a fleet of over 50 onshore wind farms, we very much have a strategy to manage our resources responsibly, and we're committed to finding the industry solution, but we are just one company. And I should say at this stage that landfill is just simply not an option. And you might be interested to know that Zero Waste Scotland recently published a publication of onshore wind farms in Scotland. And from this, there's over 800 wind turbine locations in Scotland from either being consented or in construction or operational from 2002. And based on their current projection for repowering, over 5,000 turbines are likely to be decommissioned by 2050. And that by 2040, there could even be around 250 turbines per year being decommissioned. I think it's safe to say that, as Rami commented earlier, we simply can't do this alone. And it's closer than we think. In terms of our own projections, we know certainly from our own portfolio, we think about 4,500 tonnes could actually be potentially at end of life in the next 10 years. So we're really focused on working with industry. So what does that mean? So SASWIND, as I said earlier, is an initiative that's been brought forward from the National Composite Centre, or the NCC, as otherwise known, and it's aimed to accelerate the development of technology, processes and materials to help drive the future sustainability of wind turbine technology. And the way in which this is focused is to bring about leading stakeholders, so both in the composite industry, but also in the energy sector. And it's currently focused on a 5-year programme. It's important to realise that wind turbines aren't actually the only problem here, and it's actually part of a much wider industry in terms of composites, and particularly for sustainable composites. And you can see clearly from the slide here that we have other industries here, such as the aviation industry, construction and infrastructure, medical care, and food and agriculture. So turbines are one part of that picture. And it's also safe to say that there are processes that exist to reclaim glass fibre and the resin that goes within that, but they're energy intensive and they're not deployed at a commercial scale, and they're without established supply chains and markets for end use products. You can see here from reclamation alone that we have mechanical processes such as grinding down the blades, chemical processes and thermal processes which are aimed at splitting the fibre from the resin, and electrical processes. But in reality, the level of investment required by industry to accommodate these changes is significant. And I think this summarizes it. The challenge is quite key overall, and is the challenge for SASWIND basically. So if you consider the problems for today, 14,000 turbine blades will come out of commission in the next 3 years. 14,000 turbine blades. That can actually lead to 50,000 tonnes of material of glass fibre that without a solution is destined for landfill or incineration. And the recycling strategies are not in place to cater for this. But worse still is tomorrow. What does tomorrow look like? The UK is on track to exceed 40 gigawatts of wind power by 2030. And to meet this demand, the blades are not only getting bigger, but they're getting more refined. And carbon fibre is actually becoming part of the mix, and that's even more difficult to recycle than glass. So blades are just not currently designed to meet the end of life targets. And unless we have intervention now, we'll have a significant volume of waste building. And I think you'll agree it's something we all want to avoid. So just to introduce you to SASWIND, as I said earlier, the National Composite Centre are the lead party, and National Composite Centre are one of 7 research centres across the UK under the High Value Manufacturing Catapult. And this is aimed at supporting businesses with research and development facilities and expertise, and that's particularly important for SSE because we just simply don't have that. And as I've said already, we can't do this on our own. The delivery party are all Catapult, and they've led a role in many GIPs for the offshore arena, and that includes the decommissioning of offshore wind turbines. So there are shared learnings by having them here in their involvement, and this also avoids duplication of effort, and that's particularly important. And the commercial parties, as I said already, SSE Renewables is in there. We joined this initiative last October, but also so are EDF, Vestas, Shell, and Net Zero Technology Centre. But we're a starting party, and I really want to put out the message that without industry, this can only get bigger and better. So the more commercial parties that are involved in this, the more chance of success. And then just moving on to the partners, the National Composite Centre is also supported by partners such as the Crown Estate, Renewable UK, Zero Waste Scotland, and BVG Associates, all with experience in onshore and offshore renewable energy. If we can focus more now on the actual aims, the challenges that face us in terms of sustainability and the opportunities that are there for SUSWind and industry. The expected volumes from the blades that we currently know about in order to deal with recycling is something we need to look at over the next 5 to 10 years. And actually the demonstration of a project at a commercial scale is paramount. But zero waste aspirations as well are requiring the use of more sustainable materials and processes so that we're not just using unsustainable sources or with limited potential for economic recyclability. Circular economy as well is very much in the heart of what we do, and it's driving the need for development of new innovative approaches to turbine design with end-of-life recycling and reprocessing embedded into that process. And I do refer back to Rami's excellent presentation because I think he summed it up. With any new innovation, the challenges are there, and it's clear to see it's regulation, knowledge, capacity, and finance. There are large gaps in there. And I'd like to take you now just to see what's been happening over the last 12 months, bearing in mind it's a very new initiative and hasn't been up and running for very long, but I think already you'll see that there's some great work that's been done. And certainly over the last 12 months, what we now have is an understanding of the footprint of the blades in terms of their volume, location, and their dates for end of life. Also, what is and isn't currently available for recycling composites in the short term in the UK. For example, we know that some UK sites can co-process wind turbine blades. We know that thermal conversion facilities can accept wind turbine waste. Existing shredders can deal with glass fibre laminates, but that actually expansion and investment is required in the UK, and this is quite likely to be coming from overseas companies. Further, we're progressing our knowledge of key considerations for turbine design and candidate materials and processes. But crucially, and something that's actually quite recognisable from SUSWind is the output that we are now able to quantify the most impactful steps of all processes that are involved in blade manufacture, which forms a baseline of impacts for current blade materials and processes. And this is a significant output from this project because it doesn't actually or hasn't existed until now. For the next 12 months, we'll continue to focus on technical analysis of alternative materials and eliminating manufacturing process waste. Thank you, Beat. I've just got a reminder as well. And also to understand the handling capabilities by approaching waste handlers. The technical input to date has been enormous, but it's obviously not something I can go into great detail on this call. But what I would like to do is give you a takeaway message now and just bring home how significant it is. And that is that the infancy of the UK in terms of processing is low and small. And if you can look at the map here, you'll see that of a supply chain database from over 40 handlers that SUSWind were able to put together, it shows that the major stakeholders of composite recycling are actually based in the USA, Germany, Spain, and Denmark. And Germany and Denmark offer the most mature technologies and high processing rates due to the cement industry using turbine blade waste. Now that's actually just taking the blade and grinding it down and putting it into cement. So actually there's a long way to go. And I think it's very clear to see from this that there are no recyclers in the UK with experience in recycling composites at the commercial scale. And actually industry effort to resolve and influence this now is absolutely key. I said it already, and I think it's true for all of developers and operators, and that is landfill is simply not an option. And I think now is the time that industry and academia need to drive these changes together. So it brings me to a close. And I'd just like to put a couple of contacts up there. And if you are interested in finding more about SUSWind and the work that they're doing, and there's so much more to know and understand, then please do get in touch. As I say, industry needs to work together, and the more people that can get involved, the better. And also just a contact there for Zero Waste Scotland if you'd like to read more about that decommissioning report. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for your presentation. And apologies if I gave a sign I didn't intend to give, because you're well in your time. So you even would have a couple more minutes, but that gives us more time for answering questions or to raise something by the presenters you haven't managed in the time. So maybe now for the question time, if I can ask Helen and Rami also to turn on your cameras and to ask the audience, there's still time. If you have any questions on the three presentations, please put them in the question section on the lower end of your application, so we can ask to the presenters. But maybe start with Rami. And I know, sorry, I rushed you a little bit in your slides, and you presented on the regulatory framework and the targets set. So maybe to ask you, Rami, what do you see are despite all the challenges, how did it perform against the original set targets, and what are your thoughts in how to reach the new targets beyond 2035? So maybe some comments on you, because there was not enough time to really get into detail.
Sure. So thanks for the question. I want to thank both my fellow presenters, because I think it's clear that there's so much synergy in the industries, right? That everybody is saying the same things, and some of the key challenges to actually achieving the targets are the capacity gap and people just understanding, even down to the terminology. What do we mean by net zero? And I think Dr. Helen's point of, having to get that top-down understanding within organizations, and then even on a national level, even at COP26, were we all saying the same thing when we said net zero? Do we all mean the same thing when we talk about reporting emissions? Is it scope 1, 2, and 3? It's so difficult to get everyone on the same page, but it's really nice to hear that we all kind of are on the same page here. So that's one thing. In terms of how we're doing in terms of getting to the targets, in Bahrain, we're able to kind of see that we are well on the way. We are at the point, and again, this is a science-based target that we're talking about. We've got benchmarks, we've got baselines that we're working towards. One of the key issues is making sure that we're getting the same quality of data every year, particularly when you go about the consultative process in year one. When you set up your baseline and your benchmark, you're putting in a huge amount of effort into that data collection. That's not something you can realistically repeat every single year. So you've got to put into effect a proper data collection, measurement and verification process, so that you're confident that your data comes back and it's quality data every year. So when you say, yes, we're this percentage towards our targets, you're right and you're confident. So that's part of it. We've done very well, but again, that was because of the consultative nature of the initial targets set. We were confident we could do better, but given the fact that you've got to reach consensus nationally, the targets were actually brought down slightly during the negotiations. And what that has meant is that we've been able to over-deliver. And that's what's allowed us, because of the fact we were able to use that science-based target and an M&V process to demonstrate we've over-delivered. Now you can go and be more aggressive, more ambitious in your targets. So we're still quite confident that we'll reach the targets. It's a huge challenge, but as we've heard across the board, we can't do it alone. We need the public sector, private sector to come together. It's that partnership for the goals, and we need to work together to get there. Huge opportunity to learn from everything that's been said from both Helen and Nikki, because this is what we're here for. We're regulators, but that doesn't mean much if we haven't got an industry behind us. No need for us if the industry isn't there. Raising that industry capacity, everyone's understanding has got to be there, because if I can't convince finance because they don't understand what I'm saying, they're not going to greenlight anything. If I can't convince management, they're not going to support across the board. So we really need that capacity to be there. And it's important that we involve everyone, because as Nikki pointed out, this has to be sustainable. It's not about renewables for the sake of it. It's got to be renewables because we're going somewhere. And if that somewhere is actually just causing tomorrow's problems, what was the point? So we do need to look at these total life cycle costs, and that's both financial, social, and in terms of the energy density, there's big challenges. But again, the only way that we're going to get through them is together.
Thanks very much, Rami, and I love it how like you all make references and cross links to the individual presentations, and I think that shows really clear that here people are who understand, who can communicate, and we experience in that preparation session that yes, we speak the same language, even coming from different locations, different regions, but talking about what we think and know how to work together, and maybe to you, Helen, because how can you help, or is there something to help with people who not necessarily speak the same language, to get them engaged as well and enable them to do their part? So what else in addition to carbon reduction, what else do you, after your training you presented, what can take the trainees, the participants away from the training?
Well, so I think that you're not necessarily referencing speaking different languages in the most literal sense. So carbon literacy is in 14 nations. I can't take any credit for that. My very basic conversational French has not helped in that regard at all. But yes, so obviously this is a global problem. It needs global solutions. We've seen that kind of play out over the last few weeks, and on a government level, and also commercial and markets and industry levels in the non-party stakeholder arena. But when it comes down to the individuals and the people that attend the training and the people that have done training with me, my training has been deliberately targeted to professionals, technical professionals, energy industry organisations and similar organisations that support the energy industry supply chain. So I am often speaking to engineers, but not always, not at all. And I would say that people do receive information where they are, and I don't mean where they are literally, and the sun's just come out in Manchester, amazingly, I'm sitting there, but what I mean is where you are in your own situation, and that references your age, your wealth, your lifestyle, and that. So when you're faced, as you are at the beginning of the training, with the facts, the scientific facts and the history, you do feel a sense of responsibility, which is entirely proportional to your situation. And it's very interesting how different the training is with senior directors and senior executives compared to, say, the apprentices. Very, very different day of training. So different people will feel the facts differently, and therefore they'll respond differently, and they'll focus in different areas as well. But I would say that we all need to do everything we can all of the time to get to where we need to be. So it's about people working out where they can have most impact, making genuinely informed choices about how they can make a significant difference and prioritize their actions, but also about where they can find that support and motivation to keep going, because they won't always have high motivation. All of our motivation, including mine, goes in waves. So towards the end of the training, it's about talking about, finding your tribe. If you're going to go out and, take this action forward, where can you get help? So if you're doing actions at work, what expert input do you need? If you're doing actions outside of work, is there a community group or organisation that suits you, that will help you and help you keep going? So, there's so much positivity in the course. That's the key thing. It's hard to face the facts ultimately, but the majority of the course is about the positive. It's about what can be done, and the co-benefits of that for both planet, people and profit, of course.
Thank you very much, Helen. And I think, that's really about the motivation as well, and to able and to show people that they can do something depending on where they are, but everybody can do their bits in their situation they are and in the position they are. Nikki, maybe for you pointed out that all the challenges for blade recycling and where they are. So what in your mind is a key challenge or the key challenges for the industry for turbine blade recycling?
Thanks, Bea. I think there's definitely a couple of things happening here. Is that there isn't a market established for the end of blade products, and the actual kind of investment that's required to get existing plant converted to be able to handle the volume of waste, not just the volume of waste, but the actual process. It's significant, and I think the message has got to be quite clear to government and policymakers that actually this is it is a global problem as well, very much so. And it is a stronger voice together if industry and academia are pushing it, but also it does require real change behind existing policies and access to funds. At the end of the day, it's when it starts to come, it's going to be a lot of turbine blades, and no one wants to put them in the ground. That's absolutely no one would ever go there, but it's actually getting to that sort of position. And I think the thing with net zero and even SSE as a developer as well, being in a low carbon world does come with these sort of end products. And the current sort of existing fleet that exists across the whole of the UK, not just from us, but from every other operator, is going to be faced with the same problem. So really, it's a call out to say that for future projects and new developments, we should really be investing in the kind of blades that can be recycled and, invest in that industry and that technology when it comes. And likely, there are sort of signs of things already being put out there for the offshore world. But those probably will come with a price tag, but I think that's the social and corporate responsibility that sits behind that.
No, absolutely. And I think that fits very well with when we say we can't do it alone. And it really makes it clear you have to think more long term, more sustainable. Yeah. And it's not only for wind. I think it's with all the industries. It's a lot of lessons learned. We can learn from each other, and also working together with the supply chain, that it's not the linear way, it's a circular way, and everybody is playing their role in it. So thanks very much for this, Nikki. And again, thanks to everyone, because like I said, it fits all well together. And Vami, was it first time I see your raised hand? So please go ahead.
Sorry, I just thought I'd chime in after Nikki's answer there. I think something that's really important for us to point out is that these transitions or this change that we're going through to get to net zero, we've got to realize that it's a socio-technical transition, right? We're changing not just the way business is done, but why business is done and how it's done. So there's some really interesting opportunities associated with each of the challenges, because we're looking at this transition to be just, right? Leaving no one behind as per SDG 7. But we need to look at this in terms of not just being just today, but it's intergenerationally just. So yeah, we can't have turbines today that are going to be a problem for future generations. We need those turbines to be put up, yes, to get to net zero, but we've got to start thinking, as Nikki said today, as to what are we going to do with them. And I think the concept, which has existed in many different industries, of total cost of ownership, full life cycle costs, needs to be applied also when we look at the social costs. Today, you might not want a wind turbine in your backyard, but the reality is that there's other social costs and they're intergenerational. So again, we don't want to dump those wind turbine blades into tomorrow's landfill. So it's super complex, but as Nikki pointed out, if we look forward, we can actually look at those plants and look at a way to upgrade existing recycling plants to be able to accept that stock, to waste to energy plants to be able to accept it as a feedstock. So while there are challenges, I think most, if not all of them, do present some kind of investment opportunity. And I think something that was very clear at COP26 is that there is a shift in the investment world, and ESG is becoming more and more important. And there is more money following after these kind of sustainable projects, particularly those that are not sustainable today. They're truly sustainable projects. It's not just about, hey, here's some panels. No, this is something that is sustainable, and we're transitioning to that low carbon world in a way that is going to be just to today's people, but also future generations. And my favorite definition of sustainability is the one coined in 1987 by the UN, which is, being able to supply and provide for today's people without inhibiting future generations' ability to do the same. And I think if we keep that in mind throughout business, you end up where I've apologized, I can't remember who said it, but it's that people, planet, and profit, right? That's kind of what we need to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Rami. And I think that's a really beautiful closure word already. And we are at the end of the session. And I want to thank you again. And I think really you made it clear the way forward. And it also, I think, has beautiful links to the earlier sessions where we said data is important to have a baseline, to know where we are. We know there are challenges. But if the communication is right and if we work together, there are big opportunities as well in any direction, and to improve together and to bring forward a more safe, sustainable future. So thanks very much. And this is the last session of the morning. So we have now a lunch break of 1 hour. Please use the time, go on the general platform, network and communicate with the various facilities you can with other participants, with speakers. You still have the chance to put questions. We can answer them after the session. And yes, enjoy your lunch and see you back at 22:02, I think, for the afternoon session, at least UK time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Ray. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me, and welcome to from wherever you are in the world, and a warm welcome to this afternoon session entitled Integration. My name is Mark Jenkins, and it's my privilege to facilitate today's session, where we're going to be spoken to by 4 gifted and highly competent speakers who will deliver their insights on managing the challenges of minimally staffed assets, employee fatigue in the offshore environment, the Energy Institute's process safety management framework, and physical health demands in the offshore environment. Before we begin the presentations, just a brief reminder about some housekeepings. If there are any technical difficulties with any of the presentations, such as loss of internet, etc., we will allow a brief time for reconnection, but we may potentially move on to the next speaker. Can you please enter any questions you may have in the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen? Also, can I ask that at the end of the session, I will ask as many questions as I possibly can, but clearly if any questions do go unanswered, they will be posted on the EI site accordingly. Each speaker will speak for approximately 14-15 minutes, and I will of course keep track of the timing. And please remember that this session is being recorded. Our first speaker today is Richard Rolls. Richard is a director at the Consulting Network and will give a brief update on managing the challenges of minimally staffed assets. Good afternoon, Richard, and welcome to the session.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for the introduction, and a warm greeting from me. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you can all see the slides. Yeah, just a couple of words about myself. I am a chartered occupational psychologist and a human factors specialist, having worked in the energy and rail sectors and have done for a good number of years now. The Risk Consulting Network is a relatively new organisation, and it's a group of independently minded people that club together to deliver challenging and interesting bits of work for our clients. We're risk and human factors specialists primarily. The topic for today's presentation on managing the challenges of minimally staffed assets is an important one. It comes from some work that we have done for Energy Institute on the topic, particularly the production of some guidance on the topic. Just going to give a bit of an overview of how we're going to use the next 14-15 minutes. So yeah, just a few words from me on the context and background to the guidance document and why we were being asked to produce the deliverable. A few words on the process we went through to develop the document, some of its contents. Then we're going to get into some of the risks and issues around minimally staffed assets and what that means in the renewables context. I'm going to say a few words about the principles we developed for managing low and minimally staffed risk, and we're going to then have a few minutes with a spotlight on some risk assessment, which will bring us up to the end of my slot. Yeah, just a few words around the context of the work. Low and minimally staffing affects how we manage existing risks, and it also creates new issues. I think it's fair to say it has a wholesale added level of complexity to the way in which we manage risk when people are out there doing work individually or potentially in small groups. And a lot of those issues are dotted around within risk assessments, in management systems, in procedures, in instructions, and so on. So trying to take a coherent, systematic look at the topic was really the kind of trigger, I suppose, for Energy Institute in its identifying a need for further guidance. And within that, low and minimally staffing arrangements are set to increase the small scale generation battery storage sites, increasing numbers of wind farms that characterize low and minimally staffing working arrangements. So there is a growing need within the energy industry or in the energy sector more broadly to for this move to minimally staffed assets. And in terms of timing, this piece of work predates the commencement anyway, or it predates COVID times. So this I suppose COVID has given an added kind of momentum and impetus to extend such working arrangements. In terms of the risks and issues that we're covering as part of this topic, this work, there are obviously safety issues in terms of occupational risks, slips, trips and falls. There's some of the more process safety related issues as well within that umbrella. There's also the important areas of health and well-being, people working alone in an isolation for extended periods and how that affects them. And the area as well of personal security is also a key element. If we are sending out first responders to a particular site or to deal with a particular problem, there may be issues around if they're working on the highway or whatever that may come into conflict and they may be put into a difficult situation. I think it's fair to say that there are a number of challenges around managing those risks. So if you're trying to manage someone remotely and supervise what they're doing, that can be a real difficulty just in terms of providing the support they need, understanding what's going on for them, staying in touch, providing that support that in terms of fault fixing, any number of things, how that individual interacts with the wider organization, how that support's provided is much harder in a lone working scenario compared to more accompanied forms of work. Fatigue is another key issue. Lone, minimally staffed working arrangements often depend on a small group of individuals or an individual delivering all aspects of a work plan. So they could potentially be working by themselves for considerable periods. There's fewer opportunities to take breaks. There's fewer opportunities to ask for help. There's maybe harder to recognise the need to seek such help. And clearly the travel risk as well, when you're driving at the beginning and end of a job can add a whole other level. Some of the people to describe some of the hardest times is at the end of a shift where you completed your work and then you're going home, and the drive home is one of the most risky periods of their day. Yet within that, it can be difficult to maintain focus and concentrate for extended periods, harder to take those breaks that you need to recharge the batteries. Around safety culture and compliance, there may be a temptation to cut corners, not because necessarily you're just trying to speed up the job, but just simply because it may be harder to do and implement some of the risk controls in a lone working situation. So it is important to understand that sometimes lone workers are kind of forced, if you like, by virtue of the circumstance they may find themselves in to work in a way that you're not 100% content with as an organization. Yeah, and the final kind of example we've got here is some delays to emergency response, which can happen if you've got incapacitated personnel, or they're struggling to raise the alarm. Then cascading from that, the actual getting emergency support to them, first aid provision, it's much harder if you've just got one person that you're trying to navigate and coordinate with. So yeah, a few words on how we approach the development of the guidance document. Yeah, there were core inputs that initially were current guidance, HSC. There's a fair amount of guidance on there on the topic. Company procedures that we were able to access, and also usefully some investigation reports where sometimes they may not have explicitly identified lone working as an issue, but you could tell that there was lone working was a kind of an assumed way in which the job would be done, and that those could have acted as a causal or contributory factor to the issue. So that really just got us kind of the bare minimum in terms of the topic kind of landscape. We then had some really useful discussions with a range of people from basically primarily our contacts and the Energy Institute recommendations, people that deal with lone working issues day in, day out. And these discussions really helped us to present some of the challenges as we understand them, as we had identified them from our initial review of the literature, and really try to understand ways in which those topics could be extended and developed and put into a more nuanced, more coherent form, so potential issues and solutions type approach. So that was this is the kind of basis, if you like, for the content of the guidance. A few words about the content. So yeah, this is the content, and you'll probably won't be majorly surprised to see some of these topics in here. They are, you may also just, it kind of almost looks a little bit like a safety management system or a company safety manual for a site. These are the kinds of things you expect to see in them. And what we did, we thought about how best to structure the approach. And really what we've got is a kind of a slice across a lot of these topics, looking at how you would go about developing each area from a lone working perspective. So if you've got a competence management system, how would you check your competence management system for lone working issues? So there's a checklist in there which has items along the lines of having does your competence management system have a period of shadowing for new starts when they join the company? Do they get taken out to the sites? Do they get to see them? Do they have a sense of familiarity with the process or the work that they're taking on before they're signed off? Does the assessment confirm employees can actually do that task alone, or do they need to be accompanied? So that, yeah, anyway, there's a checklist of items within the competence management piece. In the well-being area, that there's some examples of how you can check up on remote workers in terms of their well-being, and how you make sure that they're content and comfortable in their work. So I won't labour all of these points, but that's just to give it a sense of the scope of the issue and the depth of the content that we have. Sitting kind of above the main contents, in pulling together the document, we recognised that there were some good principles for managing lone working risk, and these kind of apply in all situations. So we've got 7 principles for managing lone working risks. The first one is around reducing or eliminating lone working wherever possible. Some form of work is only viable to be done in that situation. But yeah, wherever it's practical or possible to group tasks together, or to get a team to site to undertake a series of operations at one stage, that should be taken. So to try and reduce the amount of lone working that takes place is an obvious risk control. And if you do attempt or do wish to move from accompanied forms of working to lone working, adopt a formal organizational change process. That's kind of generic, but I think it's an important thing to state up front that there are formal change processes out there, depending on which sector you're in, to draw on, and the guidance makes reference to those. Targeting lone working for simpler, lower risk activities, again in that kind of risk management kind of hierarchy or frameworks, is a sensible measure to take. Why choose high risk activities? So a lot of companies have limitations on the amount of working at height that individuals can do in a lone working situation. Scheduling outdoor work to take place when environmental conditions are likely to be favourable. Again, probably fairly bread and butter, but it's a really useful way in which you can seek to try and avoid that wind exposure, those really nasty conditions that have a wholesale negative effect on the way in which we perform on site. Particularly remote wind farms in the north of Scotland are going to be pretty tricky places to work. So if you can plan work for summertime, definitely. And some companies actually try and do that and just have their maintenance, fault fixing type activities taking place during the winter. Supporting your workers, staying in regular spoken contact, getting in touch, just asking how they're getting on, not necessarily checking up on the progress and the actual nitty-gritty of the task, but just asking them, saying, I'm here for, words to the effect, I'm here for you, what's going on, how are you getting on, is there anything you need from me? So you ask open questions, you're there with the purpose of providing that support, rather than that kind of checking up and angle. Using technologies to help collaboration, we're tripping over ways in which we can keep in touch with each other remotely now. Companies are talking about using body cams to help with fault fixing, with dealing with difficult situations if there's a risk of personal violence, video conferencing. Yeah, I mean, there are loads of lone working devices out there that can be used to good effect to keep tabs on the individual person's own health. And the final one, and this is a really important one, was around testing your emergency response. So many people have said that we've got these great procedures, great policies out there around our emergency response. But when we've tested them, they failed miserably. And getting that feedback, getting those tested was for the companies that have done it thoroughly and wholeheartedly, has been really, really useful. So that's a really important element to make sure that you cover. Okay. So just bringing up towards the end, I just wanted to spend a few minutes on risk assessment in terms of lone working. We adapted a 4-step process for doing risk assessment within the guidance. So this just is a really top level kind of overview of how you may go about doing your of stepping through the process. So the first activity was to identify lone or remote working activities. So you need to know what the tasks are that can be done by people alone to be able to understand the risk associated with them. And within the guidance, we've got a series of example items where you may be able to find that information dotted about. So someone that's familiar with the site or with the work should be able to rattle through the task list, look at risk assessments, procedures, maybe review some jobs in the permit to work system, and just simply to pull out all of those tasks that have or could potentially be performed by someone alone. There are also a set of generic activity groups. So these are just fairly standard things that probably apply in most situations that could be done by someone alone. So cleaning, security, driving, those exist there. So really, producing that list should be hopefully relatively straightforward. Next up was to risk assess each one of those activities. A number of ways of doing this. Most companies we spoke to emphasize that it's important to keep the company forms of work, the risk assessment covers those, and lone working in the same place, in the same format. So simply it may involve just adding in a couple of columns into your risk assessment to accommodate for lone working variations. And we've got a checklist in there to help support that process, in terms of materials handling, access requirements, equipment operation, and to ask yourself questions of how that task is done in a lone working situation, so that you can understand some of the potential issues that may vary between that and the company forms of work. The third one, identify and implement effective risk control measures from the risk assessment. So this, in helping deliver those risk controls, ultimately that's the real value of risk assessment. It's really important to check that the risk controls that you have, but don't assume that there is an accompanied form of work. So stepping through and checking that the risk controls can be applied in the lone working scenario is a really important element of the overall process. And the fourth one, obviously, HSE type stuff around conducting periodic audits and inspections of work activities, and that does involve some site inspection, site work to check that work is being done as expected. There are obviously other ways in which you could, other indicators to the effectiveness of the arrangements you have in place. Yeah, so that is a bit of a whistle-stop tour of the topic and of the work that we've done. Just to say, we understand that the document should be available in the next few weeks. And yep, I'm not 100% sure how I'm doing for time, but hopefully within limits. But yeah, that draws me to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and I'm sure some of the topics mentioned there resonate with colleagues on the call. Sorry, they certainly resonate with me. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Moving on, our second speaker today is Dr. Steffi McMaster, who is a psychologist at the Centre of Human Factors at the University of Hull. Dr. McMaster will inform us about employee fatigue in the offshore wind industry and working towards a sustainable workforce. Good afternoon, Steffi, and good to see you again.
Hi there. Right, I just need to share my screen with you. Hang on, just let me work out how to do this. Oh, I can't see my share screen button. Where is it?
It'll be at the bottom of your screen. If you take your cursor down to the bottom of the screen to the green box.
Oh yeah, there we are. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. So here we go. Hopefully you can see my screen, everyone. All I can see is a load of blank boxes. So I'm trusting that you can all see me and hear me okay. So good afternoon. My name is Dr. Steffi McMaster, and today I'll be talking to you about employee fatigue. So who am I and why do I have a right to talk about this? Well, I recently completed a PhD based on understanding employee fatigue in an applied environment, and that was in the wind industry. And from this, I generated some really interesting findings, which I'm going to talk you through today. And as well as the primary research that I undertook, I also undertook a lot of research around the topic of fatigue, and specifically based on how it's currently defined in academia and in industry practice, and what are the gaps. So fatigue is, you might not sort of expect it, but fatigue is quite an ill-defined phenomenon. The feeling of tiredness, I'm sure, is something that everybody can identify with, but the way that it's defined and managed in industry in terms of as a safety hazard and a health hazard is something that currently is in need of development. So I undertook a PhD based on that, and I was supervised by Professor Fiona Rell, who some of you may know, who undertook her PhD about 20 years ago, and her PhD was based on developing a multidimensional fatigue assessment scale, which I then used in an applied sense. So I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of that, and I'm also going to talk to you about the research that we undertook in the wind industry around this. Okay, so first of all, what is fatigue? Well, fatigue, as I've mentioned, is a state that we can probably all identify with when we feel tired, basically. In industry, this tends to be defined as a state that manifests when we don't get enough sleep. Now, that's sort of a quarter right. It does happen, we do get sleepy when we don't have enough sleep, but there are a number of other stresses that can also impact our experience of fatigue, and these can manifest in different ways. Crucially, fatigue tends to result in a state where our behaviour is fundamentally different to what it would be if we weren't fatigued. And the implication there for safety is that we tend to automatically take actions that result in potentially riskier behaviour in order to get to a goal sooner. So we tend to cut corners, and we tend not to be able to introspect that we are taking riskier options. The safety hazards of fatigue have been demonstrated in a number of high-profile incidents. So here you can see pictures of Chernobyl on the left, and on the right you can see a picture of the 3 Mile Island disaster. Both of these incidents were attributed to employee fatigue in post-incident reports. So that really underlines the safety hazard of poor management of fatigue in work environments. As well as safety issues, poor management of fatigue can lead to a number of health issues, both mental and physical. So if we're not taking fatigue into account in operational practice, we can have a number of negative impacts of that. So our definition of fatigue, which is based on our research, our insight into academic research, and also primary research that we've undertaken, is that fatigue is a complex state with many causes and effects. So there are stresses can contribute to fatigue in different ways and result in different experiences of fatigue. But common in all of these, with all of these stresses, is that subjective feeling of tiredness and aversion to further effort. And additionally, the propensity for cognitive lapses and riskier behaviour. And it's associated with health, safety and performance issues. Now, this isn't to say that fatigue can be wholly prevented, because everybody feels tired at some point. What we're saying is that fatigue can be managed effectively, so that it doesn't routinely become a safety issue. It doesn't routinely happen at an unsafe level. However, when we look at how fatigue is currently defined and managed in industry, what we see is that fatigue management isn't actually as common as it maybe should be. And when it is used, what organisations tend to do is just look at sleep as a single causational factor attributed to fatigue. And what we tend to see is that fatigue management systems are based around offering employees the opportunity to get sufficient amounts of sleep. And what happens then is that we get the assumption that if you are providing enough time to sleep, you've covered off fatigue as a risk. Whereas actually there are multiple other things that we need to think about in order to appropriately cover off that list. An example of that is that if you were offering employees an opportunity to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep, but you are doing that during the day when these employees are used to only sleeping in an evening, they're probably not actually going to be able to get that much sleep, even though they have the opportunity time-wise to do so. And that's a circadian rhythm issue. So if you're disrupting somebody's circadian rhythms, then that's also going to be a stressor on fatigue. Another example of this is if you are giving somebody a really intense mental task to do throughout the whole of their working time or their shift. Even if they've had enough sleep the night before, they're probably going to experience mental fatigue from that. And then that's going to potentially be a health or safety issue. So we need to look at this in a multidimensional sense rather than just looking at sleep as a single cause. So a little bit about my research. I engaged in a 3-year PhD program, and my project was based on understanding fatigue in the wind industry. Now, this was an industry identified problem, because what we have is a really high hazard industry. It's a new industry, relatively new, with a number of uniquely complex challenges. So as you can see here, we've got marine transit, if it's offshore wind, heavy physical work, including climbing, lifting, and then also mental work, including technical problem solving. And on top of that, we have environmental and psychosocial stresses, because people are living and working in quite a unique environment as well. So what we wanted to understand was how all of these things come together to impact employee fatigue, and then on top of that, what we could potentially do to mitigate the effects of that. And this picture is when I was doing my working at heights training. So I got a first-hand insight into some of the physical demands experienced by wind technicians through the training that I did, and also through an experience that I had of going and climbing up a wind turbine myself. And I can tell you it wasn't easy. So it is a really high hazard and a very demanding environment, and it was really interesting to get an insight into that. So this is a bit about the method that I undertook in order to collect data and to basically devise the study that we used. So we took a mixed methods approach to this. And the reason for that was because we wanted to get a holistic insight into fatigue. And because nobody had ever specifically researched fatigue in the wind industry environment before, we didn't really know what we were going to find. We had an idea of what the broad stresses might be, but we didn't really know how they would affect individuals. So I undertook qualitative interviews with wind technicians from 3 different wind industry environments. And I spoke to onshore wind technicians, offshore technicians who stayed on SOVs for 2 weeks at a time, and then offshore technicians who worked on CTV. So they sailed out to the turbine each day and came back, and their shift pattern was 1 week on, 1 week off. So although everybody was in the same industry, broadly doing the same types of jobs, they all had quite different experiences of the same job. So that was also interesting. So the qualitative interviews really helped us to understand the technicians' perceptions of fatigue and their experience of the major fatigue-related stresses and risks. And then from that, I then undertook a quantitative diary study, including sleep analysis. So that meant that I monitored individuals' subjective experiences of fatigue each day for a month. So they filled in a diary, which was like a questionnaire each day or twice a day. And they also wore actigraph watches, which monitored their sleep quality and quantity each night. So as you can imagine, that was a lot of data to interpret. And the fact that I was doing a PhD on fatigue became more and more ironic as the 3 years progressed. But I got through it in the end. And I want to give you a bit of an insight into some of the findings. Now, this isn't everything, because obviously I wrote about 500 words on this, so I'm not going to have time to share everything with you. But I wanted to draw your attention to some of the major things that I think are important in this discussion. Now, this is an insight into some of the qualitative findings that we had. And they're split up into, I wasn't able to include onshore technicians into the final results just because there wasn't enough of them. But this is an insight into the 2 different offshore technicians and what some of the qualitative findings were for them. Now, in the middle, you can see the ones which were found in both groups. So we've got fatigue stigma. So this is about the fact that nobody wanted to be the first person to say that they're tired. And I think that this is something that is quite common in industries, especially industries such as this, which are quite male dominated. A stigma around talking about perceived weakness and a lack of openness around things that might make them vulnerable. So if we have a stigma around things like fatigue, it's really, really hard to actually manage them effectively, because what happens is that people don't talk about them, and then it gets to the point where people are literally on the floor, not able to work, and it's much harder to deal with. So fatigue stigma, common in both groups, was the physical demand of climbing, and there is a number of different research studies investigating climbing from a physiological sense, which is really interesting because this type of climbing is quite unique to this particular type of role because it's a vertical ladder. Servicing, because of the repetitive tasks included in servicing and the sheer amount of time that they need to spend doing the work. Work-family conflicts, because people were obviously having to work away, which caused a strain. And then this element of cumulative fatigue. So this was the notion that even if they had slept well the night before, the impact of fatigue grew over the course of their 1 to 2 week shifts. So they would feel notably more tired on day 10 than they had on day 2, even if they'd had 8 hours of sleep the night before on both days, which challenges the notion that fatigue is only about getting enough sleep the night before. Other notable things was seasickness, which my colleague Fiona has done a much more in-depth study on in this context. Colleague relations, it's something that we don't necessarily think of as something that would cause a lot of strain, but in such an isolated environment, your colleagues become your family, and falling out with them is never good. So there's lots of stresses that we wouldn't have necessarily thought about before getting this qualitative insight. And then just to quickly tell you a little bit about the quantitative findings from the second part of the study. What we found here was that there was a notable increase in fatigue for SOV participants. And SOV participants were those who live offshore for 2 weeks at a time on a service operation vessel. So they live offshore and then they come back and have 2 weeks off. Whereas the CTV technicians, they work 1 week on, 1 week off, and they'll go home each evening after work and they'll commute in and sail out each day. So as you can see here, mental fatigue that was measured in an evening was higher for the SOV participants when they were on shift compared to the CTV participants, where there's not that much difference between their on shift and off shift time. However, sleep was fairly similar for both groups. So both groups were getting less sleep while they were on shift, but one group was notably more fatigued than the other while on shift. And when we looked into it a little bit more, what we found was that the SOV technicians were notably more fatigued in their second week on shift. So they'd sort of be okay during the first week, and then during the second week, it just really, really increased. And it would be, I think that it would be logical to suggest that there is that cumulative impact of fatigue for those participants. Even though their sleep wasn't notably less during the second week. In fact, it seems that more consistently, it was less during the first week. So sleep is a really important part of fatigue, but it clearly isn't the whole picture. So in conclusion, the findings of this supported the multidimensional and cumulative nature of fatigue. And they suggest that, that there's an increased risk for employees working in an environment where they have to be on shift for a longer amount of time. And they illustrate the need for interventions focusing on organisational culture because of the fatigue stigma and fatigue management planning. So what does this mean for operational practice? Well, it suggests a need to incorporate multidimensional risk assessment into fatigue management practices. And it highlights the potential for fatigue to be incorporated into the safety culture. So what we saw was that a lot of organisations have a really good approach to safety, which is a just approach where individuals felt safe to report near misses, to report when they might not be feeling safe, but fatigue often wasn't incorporated into that approach. And it also communicates the need to understand the increased risk to technicians who are required to live offshore for longer periods of time. We're currently working on developing a tool to work as a risk assessment for fatigue in organisational practice, which to my knowledge, and I've done quite a lot of research in this area, it doesn't currently exist. So we're currently excited about developing that tool. So thanks for listening, everybody. And please, yeah, ask any questions that you'd like to.
Thanks, Steffi. That was really interesting, and I remember the study you did at the various wind farms very well. So thank you so much for that. That was really informative, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about your research and your ongoing research. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Our third presenter this afternoon is Dr. Stephen Bater. Dr. Bater will tell us about the Energy Institute's Process Safety Management Framework, and will include performance monitoring and associated audit applications. Thank you, and good afternoon, Stephen. I hope you're well.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much for this. I'm looking forward to this presentation, guys. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Stephen Bater, as Mark said. I actually authored the update to the Process Safety Management Framework, and part of this presentation is to make sure that we use the tools available for high hazard industry. So what is process safety management? If I give you a bit of context on the issues around the globe, of the top 100 largest losses in process safety management over the last 10 years, our colleagues in mask risk, the 100 largest loss cost £175 million. And altogether, £43.2 billion are associated with high hazard industries having process safety management failures. So what is process safety management? maybe relatively new language to you guys. It's, in effect, managing the systems and procedures that prevent the uncontrolled release of energy. Process safety management is vital to ensuring the safe and continued operations of major accident hazardous operations and organizations, basically preventing fatal, serious injury, and catastrophic incident potential. If we consider the transition, what's happening in your sector in renewable energy, you're moving now into what would be traditional process safety management hazards. So we're trying to get you to look at it, guys. So what does it actually mean? For renewable energy, if we look at concentrated solar, major accident hazard potential, possibly fire explosion, wind energy, collapse of structures, electricity, vessel collision, hydroelectric, dam breach, electricity, ocean energy and tidal wave, collapse of structures, vessels. Traditionally linked to the traditional process safety industries, biomass, typical fire explosion, hydrogen, fire explosion, biofuels, fire explosion. So I think you're moving into the process safety field. To give you an example, people don't realize this huge blast at a waste treatment plant in Avonmouth followed a number of explosions, spillages, and major incidents at similar facilities operated by other companies in recent years. This unfortunate incident resulted in the death of 4 people, and it's happening now in waste management, in water industry, but also in the renewable energy sector. So what is the CEO's challenge when it comes to process safety management? Don't hurt anyone, obviously. Don't harm the environment. Make or exceed the fiscal target. I tried to give you a context of the numbers involved in process safety failures. Very important. It's an honorable other fatalities. So what the management need to know? How likely am I to have an incident-free day tomorrow? They need to address the key questions. How will I do that? What can go wrong? What systems are in place to prevent things going wrong? And how will we know what we are doing it? Will these systems work when needed? Ask yourself the question. If you're thinking about this, that means you don't really know. What does a regulator expect from high hazard industry? 3 key questions that must be answered from the boardroom down. Do we understand what can go wrong on our operations? Do we know what systems are in place to prevent things going wrong? And do we know these systems are working effectively? Senior leaders in renewable energy operations need to satisfy themselves that major hazards are recognized and the worst potential consequences are understood throughout the business. Plant and equipment are provided which is fit for purpose to reduce the risk from the major hazards to a tolerable level. Systems and procedures are provided which will ensure proper operation for plant and equipment which maintain their integrity. Sufficient staff with appropriate experience and training are provided to implement the systems and procedures. Emergency procedures that respond adequately to foreseeable incidents are both in place and practice. And incident investigations, monitoring and audit of performance take place in order to learn from experience and promote continuing improvement. So where does the Energy Institute's process safety management framework come in? Basically, it's been in operation for more than 10 years. It was developed by the industry, for the industry, with workshops for participants representing a cross-section of the energy industry sectors and stakeholders, including industry insurers. I used the presentation with Marsh Risk, the UK HSE, subsequent wider stakeholder review. And basically, the Energy Industry Process Safety Management Framework was developed for the industry, by the industry. And I believe you guys need to be looking at this now reinventing a new framework for renewable energy. Look at what's already been there. It's been implemented and used globally with great success. So what is the framework? The framework has 4 process areas, high-level components from the framework, elements, which is 20 key aspects of the operation we need to manage appropriately in order to assure the integrity of the operation, and over 200 expectations of things we should be doing in order to assure the integrity of the operation, and a very comprehensive set of guidelines of how you can meet the expectations of the framework. So the PSM Sanco model was developed to highlight the 4 focus areas and the shifting dynamic of the challenging focused when managing high hazard risks. So no review and improvement without risk management. No review and risk management without risk identification and assessment. And no risk identification and assessment without process safety leadership. So they're the 4 key focus areas, of the process safety management framework. On the left-hand side is just, again, the 4 focus areas with the 20 elements. I won't go through it because time is limited, but basically, process safety leadership, risk management, risk identification assessment, and review and improvement. So the elements, there are 20 key aspects of the operation we need to be managed appropriately in order to assure the integrity of the operation. And each of these elements have a series of expectations. These set the requirements for meeting the aims and objectives of the element. The expectations are the things we should be doing in order to assure the integrity of the operation. So the EI process safety performance measures. This was developed to enable senior managers and executives to understand how likely I am to have an incident-free day tomorrow, to have an up-to-date, clear and concise understanding of compliance and performance levels across the organization on an absolute basis and relative to their peers, and identify areas of strength and weaknesses versus a recognized framework. This is a very robust management framework, guys. So a revision of the framework is to be published imminently. The current draft version has only modest changes to elements and expectations and additional references to cybersecurity, occupied buildings, but now sandwiched between an introduction which describes how the framework might be sold into an organization, and also annexes which describe how the framework can be implemented in operation, how it could be used as a gap analysis tool, and finally, how EI publications align to the focus of the 4 focus areas. I've been working with the EI and my colleagues to develop a framework and an online application that aligns with the 4 focus areas, the 20 elements, and the over 200 expectations to give a visualization that can be menu driven, so you can use either all of it, or you can select what's relevant to your sector. It gives a visualization of the elements, where you are against compliance. It can be used as a real-time indicator. It can be used across multiple sites, multiple operations, multiple assets, and it can be used to benchmark and aggregate yourself against the expectations of the framework. We've also developed an online assurance system exactly for the new updated version of the EI process safety management framework, in that each element has got a series of expectations, and we've identified an online tool that can be used to either self-analyze to give yourself a gap analysis. It can be used by externals to come and audit your assets and compare it against the whole site. And it basically gives you, again, an aggregated area, a focus area. It also gives you a score against the maximum achievable, but it actually goes down to each expectation and each element. So it can give you a comprehensive graphical representation of your assurance against the framework's expectations. It can also be used to actually give you a printout of what actions you can do to develop an action plan to identify the gaps in your system compared to the framework. The Energy Institute draw the process safety assurance application. I work with the Energy Institute and Ian Travers to develop the fully aligned process safety assurance application, which can be aligned to the company's own process safety management system. As I say, guys, we're not asking you to reinvent the wheel. We're not asking you to throw your management system out. All we're saying is maybe it's a good idea to align with what is seen as globally the de facto best safety practice for managing process safety. The application allows for a systematic and robust assessment of process safety management system, either internally or externally, as I've just said. This allows for a consistent approach to the process management system and to clearly identify any gaps and inform continuing improvement. The application allows senior management to see real-time visualizations and tracking compliance. Benefits have been identified using this system. Over an 18-month case study, there was a reduction in administrative tasks and resource for data capture, entry and analysis, 0 accident frequency rate, 0 process safety incidents, improved compliance, and improved financial performance. So just to summarize now, guys, we've come to the end. Sorry, I've just jumped through. Myself, Dr. Stephen Baker and Ian Travers, two globally recognized process safety experts, have developed these live, intuitive data applications for effective process safety management, informed decisions, and real-time results. They also provide consulting and training and software applications in the area of process safety and risk management. The applications have been fully endorsed by the Energy Institute and are fully aligned to the framework and all the elements which has been endorsed by the HSE. It can also be recalibrated to a company's own process safety management system. So bringing you back to the first slide, my question is to you is not if you should introduce the Energy Institute process safety management framework, but can you afford not to? I just want to also present the training that the Energy Institute provides in this space in introduction to process safety management. It's based on the EI's process safety management framework, which I just presented. This training program provides an integrated overview of the 20 elements, which can be undertaken as a self-paced e-learning or in a classroom format. Taught by a leading expert in the process safety and former Deputy Director of UK Health and Safety Executive. And the learning objectives are why process safety management is important and how we can improve the overall business performance, the key constituent parts of effective process safety management arrangements and how they can operate, addressing the key objectives of each element of the framework, key principles, essential features, key metrics, and how to identify and assess the processes we are working or not working, and an implementation approach. And again, there's the contact details here, guys. Any questions? I think I'll leave that to the panel now. So that's just a quick run through, guys. That's my email. Please reach out to me or my colleagues in the Energy Institute if you've got any questions or if you need anything. But I please strongly advise you to look at this resource and consider it as you're moving into a new dynamic in the energy transition. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, Mark?
Thank you, Stephen. Well, that was really insightful. Lots of information, and I, for one, I'm sorry I couldn't give you more time to explain some of that detail, and look forward to reading the guidance. So thank you very much. Moving on. Last but by no means least speaker, and I'm going to get the name wrong, so I apologise, Anne, in advance, is Anne Scoff Oostergaard. I think my pronunciation is pretty poor, but hopefully that's correct. And Anne will inform and discuss with us the physical health demands and capacity for offshore wind technicians. Anne, a very warm welcome and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mark. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. Then I'll just share my screen. You can see the presentation. Yeah?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, so yes, my name is Anne Skov Østergaard. That's the right pronunciation, so almost correct. I have 3 months left of my industrial PhD, which I've conducted in collaboration with Ørsted. And in today's presentation, I will go through some of the specific results from the studies and try and elaborate a bit on the perspectives of managing and promoting health in the offshore context, offshore wind context. Yeah. So, all right, just first off, a brief background for why we initiated the project. First of all, offshore wind is a relatively new industry, at least in an academic sense, and the physical health among wind technicians and the potential health implications of offshore work or offshore service and maintenance work has therefore only been researched to a very limited extent. Second, we didn't really have any reliable or representative data on the physical health risks or incidents, as our incident reporting systems do not really capture these long-term developed health-related issues. And then finally, the physical work demands and therefore also the physical requirements of the wind technicians had not really been established or researched thoroughly, at least at the time where we started the study. So zooming out a little bit, the PhD therefore aims at supporting and elevating our health performance in offshore wind and specifically our awareness within health surveillance, health promotion and health requirements for this particular target group of wind technicians. All right, so if you look at the right side of the slide, I've added a figure highlighting some of the potentials of managing and promoting health in a workplace context in general. So briefly, good and improved health impacts these various measures of individual well-being and workplace performance positively. So, and to name one example, studies have shown that the decreased productivity that is caused by poor health, and which we do not really measure, for example, like musculoskeletal disorders, cost societies and companies up to 7 times as much as the direct cost of sickness absence when medical expenses and lost production are included. So there are therefore huge potentials in increasing health performance at the workplace. All right, so theoretically, the physical health implications like musculoskeletal disorders develop when the demands of a person exceed the capacity, especially when it happens over a longer period of time. And as a result of a natural decline in physical capacity as we age, workers of higher age are therefore generally more prone to have insufficient physical capacity, since the physical work demands are expected to remain constant across all age groups, at least for the same job description. And generally, we say that that the higher the relative working demands, the higher risk for insufficient recovery, development of poor health incidents or outcomes, and decreased workability. So although a decline in physical capacity is unavoidable as we age, the theoretical time when the physical demands start exceeding the physical capacity can be postponed by approximately 10 years on average by having good compared with average physical capacity. So therefore, these two illustrations capture some of the main concepts that the PhD is dealing with, which is the physical work demands, the physical capacity, and the physical health, or more specifically, the musculoskeletal health among wind technicians. All right, so jumping right to the results of some of my studies. The figure here is from the first study we did, which assessed musculoskeletal disorders across turbine sizes. The results are based on self-reported data from 176 wind technicians in Denmark and in the UK. And overall, we found that approximately 70% of technicians reported relevant musculoskeletal symptoms, and 50% reported symptoms in more than one body part. We further found significantly lower odds of experiencing musculoskeletal disorders when servicing larger sized turbines compared with smaller sized turbines. And this is reflected in the figure on the left, where darker red colors are more common on the smaller and medium sized turbines.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Anne, sorry to interrupt you. I do apologise, but colleagues on the line are asking, you've got a Zoom message that's come up on your presentation. I don't know if you can hide that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. All right, so moving on. 24% of technicians reported that the musculoskeletal disorders had prevented normal work activities within the past 3 months, and that corresponded to approximately 1/3 of all cases. And finally, the average number of problem areas was 2, and the top 4 body parts of concern were the lower back, the shoulders, and the neck and the knees in that prioritized order. All right. So what you see on this next slide are highlights from our 2 studies assessing the physical work demands. So the first based on self-reported data, and the second where work demands were assessed in field settings with wind technicians wearing accelerometers and heart rate monitors to capture body postures and physical activities and cardiorespiratory load during normal work activities. So what you can see in the graph on the left here, is the perceived volume or duration of work in selected awkward postures and doing manual handling activities. The combined bars reflect the proportion, indicating that they spend at least 25% of the working time in this specific exposure, which corresponds to 3 hours per workday here. So generally, we found trends and significant differences indicating that wind technicians who service smaller type turbines perceive their work more physically demanding, and that this is this is reflected in the higher bars in this chart. So in the figure on the right, on the other hand, you can see that we observed relatively low durations of work in these same awkward postures and physical activities when the demands were objectively assessed in field settings. For example, we found that wind technicians were climbing on average 2 minutes per workday, so doing a vertical ladder climbing, and that they worked in forward bend postures 30 minutes per workdays when they were offshore. And these are durations which were much lower than what was self-reported in the other study. So other relevant results from the field study include that we observed similar absolute work demands as what has been observed among other groups of blue-collar workers, meaning the same duration of working these awkward postures and physical activities. However, we observed lower relative work demands than other blue-collar workers, which means less effort required to do the similar types of work. And oh, it got dark. I hope. 1 second. Yeah, sorry. We observed lower relative work demands than other blue-collar workers. And this may have been because we observed that the wind technicians actually have quite high physical capacities. So we believe that that's the main reason why the relative work demands that we observed were generally lower than what has been assessed among other blue-collar workers with the same methods of research. Good. So, all right, the final study of the PhD was an intervention study to investigate the feasibility and preliminary efficacy of implementing 1 hour per week of individualized or individually tailored exercise during working hours for 12 weeks. The exercise intervention we did was unique in the way that the exercise was prescribed individually based on the physical work demands, the individual health profile, and the individual physical capacities of the workers. And the content was further co-created and facilitated in collaboration with the managers and wind technicians from a single wind farm. And for the feasibility outcomes, we found overall high compliance and 0 serious adverse events related to the exercise sessions. Besides, we found that it was possible for operations managers to and supervisors to plan and execute the sessions on weather days. And for the self-reported outcome, we further found that 81% improved their musculoskeletal symptoms, that 84% experienced improvements in 1 or more physical capacities, and that all technicians included responded that physical exercise should be implemented as a fixed part of their work structure in some form. So overall, we found that some physical capacity and health indicators improved during the intervention period. But as the study was a feasibility study, we didn't include a control group, and that we therefore can't confidently attribute the improvements to the content of the intervention. So besides assessing the physical capacity and health indicators before and after the intervention, we also did the same test 6 months prior to starting the intervention, which also marked the start of the offshore service season at the wind farm, which was around the 1st of March here. So it was particularly interesting to see that many of the physical capacity and health indicators improved throughout the offshore season, also in the period before the exercise actually started. And the most drastic example of this was aerobic capacity, or VO2 max, which is shown in the example on the left here. And as it's highlighted in the graph, this indicator improved more during the control period than during the intervention period. And the offshore work context may therefore induce some seasonal variations in physical capacity and health, which could potentially be caused by some variations in the physical exposures and other work environmental factors. And assumed that the results we found was representative, these results can help inform the appropriate timing for physical capacity assessments and also physical exercise interventions. All right, so overall, the studies that we did provide some new knowledge on the physical work demand and health risk profile of offshore wind technicians. Specifically, we divide the conclusions and perspectives into three main areas of health management in Ørsted. For the health surveillance part, our primary findings included a high turbine type specific prevalence of these musculoskeletal symptoms and disorders. And with the high prevalence, we conclude that the musculoskeletal disorders are currently not captured in the health and safety reportings that we have in our company. And finally, that self-reports of physical work demands are very likely biased, which has also been shown in previous research. And in Ørsted, we will use this new knowledge to help inform and manage some health KPIs and to introduce some new physical health monitoring procedures apart from the current processes. Yeah, and then for the requirements, we found that the absolute physical work demands were similar to other blue-collar workers, that wind technicians have relatively low durations of strenuous work on normal work days, and that it's likely that the high physical capacity is a protector of insufficient recovery and wear and tear implications like musculoskeletal disorders, which was reflected in low relative work demands in our study. And our next step is to incorporate these observed work demands rather than anecdotal evidence in economic and health risk assessments for the work being carried out. And then finally, it seems there is potential in implementing structured physical exercise as a part of the workday to improve physical capacity and health of workers. And we therefore see potential in developing the concept further and implementing it context specific throughout the business in Ørsted. Good. So that was it for me. And before I end my presentation, I would just like to acknowledge Ørsted and the wind technicians that participated in my studies. And finally, the University of Southern Denmark, from where I've been affiliated and supervised throughout my studies. Yeah, and if you have a special interest, this was a very brief overview. So if you have special interest in the studies or questions related to this, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anne. That was really insightful, and I'm sure your research will prove a terrific benefit to colleagues in the wind industry. Can I just ask you to keep your camera on at the moment and ask the various other speakers, so Stephen and Richard, etc., if you could put your cameras on. I'll go through. There are some questions that I've got. There's not too many in the chat, so for delegates watching here, here's your opportunity to ask our experts some questions. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can. We are a little bit behind time, but clearly you get the chance to talk to everybody later on and network accordingly. Let's start with the process safety one, I guess, is a good start. It has been said that safety is an outcome of a well-run process. If your process is generating energy from wind, then you can't do it well without also doing it safely. What can the renewables sector learn from oil and gas sector, particularly in relation to the process safety journey it's been through over the last 10 or 15 years? I guess that's one for you, Stephen.
Thanks very much, Mark. Again, very good question. Thanks very much for that. From my perspective, that's exactly what we're trying to encourage. Let's start learning from the mistakes now and the future. Let's learn the mistakes of the past. Hence, I'm signposting you to the framework. It is a very, very robust framework. Not all of it will probably be relevant for offshore wind, but a lot of it will. So it's all there. It's very easy. You can follow the systems and you can work with colleagues in the EI to help you implement these systems across your assets in the renewable sector. Honestly, I can't emphasize enough. If you look back at the catastrophic failure, and we're still having them in the process safety industry, and it's like I say, that example I used in the Avonmouth incident, 4 guys were killed, catastrophic loss to their families, but also a catastrophic loss to the asset. And the whole sector has had repercussions. And we don't need to do that, guys. The framework was developed by specialists in the field. And you need to reach out and learn how this system can help you in your assets going forward to keep them safe, to keep them operating, and to keep hitting your fiscal targets. Is that okay, Mark?
That's a wonderful answer. Thanks for that, Stephen. And I think we all have a great deal to learn from our oil and gas colleagues. So thank you for that. Steffi, question for you really is, what in your world, or what in your view does success look like when it comes to fatigue management?
That's an interesting question. What I would say was that organisations understood the multidimensional nature of fatigue and incorporated risk assessments that factored in all of these potential stresses. I would also say that incorporating fatigue into a wider health and safety initiative would be really helpful in regards to managing it, and just people being able to talk about it without a stigma would also be great.
Excellent. Oh, thanks for that. That's good. Anne, one question for you has just popped in here. Did you encounter data comparing effects on worker health on wind turbines compared to work on production platforms? And is the incident or injury rates less or more?
We didn't include that comparison, unfortunately, but that would be very interesting.
Okay, thanks for that. I guess, Richard, one for you, and you started the show rolling and very much set the scene. So it's almost like we've done this before. So that was good. You explained your guidance. Who do you think the principal target is for that guidance?
Yeah. Okay. Good one. Ultimately, I think from a renewables point of view, it's principally those with the responsibility for managing sites and those that are doing minimal, working in a minimal staffing arrangement. So I don't think it's per se for lone workers themselves. It's not written from that side. It's much more focused on management, safety managers, line managers, and so on that have a remote or distributed workforce.
Okay, thanks for that. They seem to be pouring in at the moment. I guess another one for you, Anne, and I know this has been considered in various industry. How does repetitiveness of work factor when comparing musculoskeletal injuries on small versus large turbines?
We didn't do the objective measurements between turbine types. It seemed that technicians servicing smaller type turbines perceive the repetitiveness of the work as higher, or they seem to think that there are more repetitive work. So we had that comparison, but again, there was only the self-reported. So it would be interesting to do a study again with some of the objective measures.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Another good answer. Stephen, one for you, I guess, as well, on process safety. Clearly, as we move into hydrogen, which clearly is the next step, the similarities between oil and gas become even more pronounced. Do you think that hydrogen could provide the driver for more legislation, perhaps?
Oh, I think so. My colleague is actually doing a lot of safety cases now for new proposed hydrogen developments. And the parallels are there, the synergies are there, Mark. yes, I believe when the sector realised we don't want to have the same mistakes we've made in the process safety industry globally over the last 30, 40 years. Do you know what I mean? And as I say, maybe more prescriptive. The framework is developed, as I say, by the industry, for the industry. It's endorsed by the HSE. It is a robust framework that works. There's many organisations globally that use that or a compatible framework. It's got to be the way forward, Matt. We've got to do it right first time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. No, I appreciate that, and I think it certainly resonates with everyone. I think we've probably got time for one more, and that goes to Anne. Anne, did your research look at, and again, I know it's been looked at in various offshore wind industry. Did you look at sort of warming up exercises rather than the 1 hour, etc., that you mentioned in your display?
Yeah, on the side where I did the intervention, they also did the warm up, which they have had good experiences with, and it's actually been implemented there for years. So it was not a part of the concept that was developed, but it was sort of an add-on which they are already doing. And I think for many sites it seems like a smaller thing to incorporate that, and it may be more feasible than. Okay. No, thanks for that. Okay, well, thank you, speakers. And as we approach the end of this session, I would like, on behalf of the Energy Institute, our sponsors and our delegates, to thank you for sharing your considerable knowledge with us today. I've certainly found it very informative. It is also it's also important to thank our key sponsors today, who, without their kindness and generosity, none of what you've seen this afternoon would have been possible. So specific thanks to the Energy Institute's knowledge sharing partner, IBM, to Equinox, to ERM, to Impact, obviously to Ørsted, RWE Renewables and SSE Renewables. So in conclusion, and after some inspiring presentations, we'll now have about a 10-minute break where you can navigate back to the RD platform webpage or via the app. And then you get the opportunity to network with various colleagues and, of course, have a discussion with some of the speakers. So thank you for attending today. I hope you found it useful and insightful. And I will now officially close the meeting. So thank you very much for attending.
Thank you, Mark. Bye, everyone. Stay safe and well.
Thank you.